Huh. All right. What the hell? Oh, it's right there. D. Okay.
The game earlier this week. Absolutely had a
Oh, loud.
absolutely had a ton of fun playing this game. It was one of those games that I played that I really didn't want to stop playing once I started playing. Those games these days are few and far between, so I really, really enjoyed it. That's not to say the game doesn't have some flaws, and I will be talking about what this game absolutely excels at and what its flaws are. But I think it's safe to say it's absolutely a step in the right direction versus Mortal Shell 1. And I think there are probably more than a few people out there that would say that it's their favorite Souls-like of all time. So to start out, let's talk about the things that I absolutely love with Mortal Shell 2. First of all, and easily the best part of the game, is the world design. I think this is probably hands down the best world design of any Souls-like game I have played to date. I really honestly didn't have this much fun exploring since probably Elden Ring. Like, I think,
Wow.
this game isn't on the par with Elden Ring in terms of its quality or quantity, but it is the most fun I've had since playing Elden Ring in terms of its exploration, which I think says an absolute metric ton about this game. There are a few games out there that are just laid out in such a fantastic way that there's always things to discover. There's so many secrets. There's events that happen in the game that you don't expect. There's hidden walls. There's puzzles. You are going to absolutely love exploring Mortal Shell 2. The exploration in Mortal Shell 1 was fantastic. They have gone even further in Mortal Shell 2, and it's easily the best aspect of the title. The next thing I really love about Mortal Shell 2 is the graphics of the game, the art direction, the visuals. They're all really, really good. I really love the game, the way it looks, the dark fantasy of it. It's a very dark and dreary kind of world. You get that sense of aloneness in the game that, you probably haven't had in a really long time. And the performance of the game also was pretty good, in my opinion. I didn't have a ton of frame rate issues. The frame rate was always pretty high. There were some grabs here and there where the game would just kind of hang for a second. Seemed to happen more at the beginning of the game than it did later in the game, but they were there regardless. But I think the overall visuals of the game, when you look at it and say, well, that's a pretty looking game. It's not going to be the best looking game ever made, nor is it the worst game, but it's definitely, on the spectrum, it's closer to better graphics than it isn't. And I really, really enjoyed the way it looked. And I enjoyed that I really didn't have too many performance issues at all. So it played relatively smoothly too, which is always a huge concern. Next, the combat in Mortal Shell 2 is absolutely fun. It is just fantastic combat for a Souls-like, and it's so much better than Mortal Shell 1. Like, so many steps have been made in the right direction. One of the biggest ones was a removal of the stamina system, which allows you to, run in, do a jump attack, not be completely out of stamina, and then keep attacking and deflecting and blocking. And it makes for really a lot more engaging combat that's a little more fast-paced. The combat itself of Mortal Shell is probably slower than a lot of other Souls-like action RPGs out there. It's not a fast game by any means, but the focus on deflects in this game versus the previous game really changes the way combat flows. You can go from being offensive one moment to being defensive the next moment, and then, do a sick parry, which they have unique animations for every enemy in this game and bosses, which I think is fantastic. One of the things I absolutely love as well. And I think between the shell abilities, the ranged options, ranged abilities, you have so many different ways you can engage with the combat in Mortal Shell 2 compared to what you had in Mortal Shell 1, that it's just so much miles ahead of where it was. And kind of piggybacking off that as well, some of the later boss designs of the game, like the pivotal bosses, we'll call them the main bosses of the game, not the optional ones, but the main general bosses, I really love their design as well. I'm not going to show you a ton of them here because I don't want.
I was just watching a Mortal Shell 2 review.
abilities for you. They're a big part of what makes Mortal Shell 2 Mortal Shell 2. But I really enjoyed their design, and I felt like, again, this is an area that Cold Symmetry really improved versus the first game. Didn't really enjoy the bosses that much in Mortal Shell 1, but I really, really, really enjoyed them in Mortal Shell 2, particularly, again, the later endgame type bosses. They are very unique and very interesting, and, you know, they definitely have Cold Symmetry's touch to them, and that's all I'm going to say. When it comes to build variety of the game, I really, really enjoyed putting my build together in this game. It's kind of coupled with exploration. The fact that you're always finding stuff that you want to try out, I think, lends itself very well to the build design of the game. When you always want to try.
Hey, so should I start the Paramount Tactical one? Fortunately, I didn't waste my time recording that because it is off stream, or I haven't checked his stream. I don't know. Well, it was that one or the Rapture one. Which one did you want? It's whichever one. It's fine. It's fine. Tactical. Okay. All right. Okay then. I'm gonna start up my screen recording. I already exported it to my laptop. So here we go. So this is gonna start. It's like I missed the first few minutes because I was watching it and I realized I was gonna have to take a nap. So like, it's still got the introductions and whatnot, but like it just doesn't have the very, very first 3 minutes or so. All right, here we go.
Characters who've ever lived.
Well, and to your guys' credit, look, at all the post-debate discussion, like you were very factual. You talked about what you didn't like. There was no ad hominem, nothing like that. Same thing with Rob. I talked to Mr. E. Both of them on the space, I think the night of, I had a space, and I think they both ended up showing up. Mr. E was completely hammered. That was fun. But, they were very defensive. They were actually defended her, saying, hey, look, they were very nice to us. They were very gracious. They accommodated us in every way possible. And of course, like the next day, she comes out just hammering you guys. And that's the other thing, too, is, even from the very beginning, when I started going after Candace Owens, I was very, I stuck to the material. I said, hey, this is where she's lying. This is what she's doing. This is what she's saying. I wasn't throwing anything personal at her. When she comes out, everything's personal. Everything is personal. As a matter of fact, there's no fact to it. I mean, it's a lot like what we saw in the debate as well. So, but she does take all these things personally.
Well, one of the major issues that's happening with the campaign on their side is that what it's become a massive doxing organization, and an organization which, if you in any way move against it, will move towards life ruination. Now, those are usually things that are heavily frowned upon online. But the way they kind of get around that is by saying, well, you're part of the conspiracy now, or you're carrying water for the conspirators or something like this. And then that they use as justification for why it's okay to do these things to you, even though you're not doing them to them.
Yeah, and that has happened to me. I've been doxxed multiple times, and these people have put out personal information, my address, personal financial information, and it's okay. It's okay. And by the way, when I'm on a space and somebody asks me about it, I say, you know what, I have a problem that if you're going to be an anonymous person, like we see all these people on X, and you claim to be an investigator, and you're going after all of these people, and by the way, doxing all of these people, investigating all these people, I think that we should actually be able to know who you are. The difference is I've never doxed anybody. I've never even revealed somebody's real name. So like, it's always the accusations. Matter of fact, I just saw, who Uncle Tom is, just a complete dirtbag, dishonest dirtbag. But he was on a space, and literally the part that he cut, it shows him next to this guy named Travis. That guy put pictures of my kids out all over the place, put pictures of my wife all over the place. She's not on social media for a reason, but she doesn't want to be in social media. She's not
a public figure.
She's not a public figure at all. But they put all this stuff out, and they always accuse you of what they're actually doing, which is another tactic of the left. It's what we see every single time.
Look, I don't. I know a lot of people really hate Uncle Tom. I knew Uncle Tom outside of any of this Owen stuff. Long before that, he was somewhat interested in like manosphere type content, and I don't think that he himself follows any sort of doxing protocols or suffers any of that. So I'm not going to.
I haven't. Yeah, I want to be clear. I haven't seen him do that. What I'm saying is that he has multiple times justified, and he has been engaged with people, and he knows they're talking about things that they've done to me and other people on X, and he has no problem with it. But when there's people outside that are doing sort of, I can't even be. And by the way, I've disavowed this stuff. I'm like, hey, don't do this. I don't want to be associated with it. If you're going to do that, get away from us. But the fact is like, you know what I mean? It's just a double standard.
Well, and I do think that we need to play clean. We don't need to do the same things that that we're resisting in order to be based. I think that defensive doxing is fine, and what I mean by that is if somebody's doxing you or putting out your personal information, things like that, then it's fair game, right? There's no problem there. It's called defensive doxing. That's fine. Sure. The problem comes in when there's maliciousness that's trying to move towards life ruination. You're attacking people's family, non-public figures. You're putting out their address. These are major safety concerns. And I do think that our side should play clean. I know that a lot of people don't like that, but if we're gonna get down in the dirt and the muck and the mud with these people, but we don't have to engage in the same life ruination that they do. That's all.
All right. Couldn't agree more. Hey, folks out there on Candace's side, real simple. Don't dox anybody. I don't want to see it done. I don't want to see it. We're not going to do it to you guys. Don't do it to us. It's real simple as that. Let's talk about the merits of the arguments. As simple as that. But today, you were on the Charlie Kirk show, and you made some news today on the Charlie Kirk show, and it was a great interview. Ended up being almost 2 hours. They kind of did their show, and then you kind of jumped into some questions with them. But I want to throw this up on the stage because this was a big moment. It's already going viral.
I believe I was talking to Candace, and she said something that I've not publicly communicated yet, but basically it was that if the wrong people take over the organization, and she said this, I'll never forget it. She says, "I will burn down that organization. I swear to God."
And you mean Turning Point?
Turning Point. If the wrong people, and I just assumed because she was very obviously
there were rumors at this time.
I don't think that you even know what you just said there and how much of a bombshell that is. Can you repeat that again?
Yeah.
Did you just say that Candace Owens told you that if the wrong people take over TPUSA, she's going to burn it to the ground?
I believe I was talking to Candace, and she said something that I've not publicly.
That's what we have there. That's actually the first time that I've heard that. I've had a couple of conversations about the.
Now, we found a clip that I just recently posted in response to a Baron Coleman X. In the clip, she says exactly the same thing. That now that you people are in charge, you know that I'm not going to let you take it over, and we're going to burn it to the ground. That's what she says. She said that in a public clip as well. So that confirms the idea that obviously this was seeded inside of her mind, and it gives great credit to Andrew Colvette's story here that he's likely telling the truth.
Yes. And it's just, what type of narcissism, hubris do you have to be that someone was fired from an organization and then say, if things don't turn out the way that I want them to, of this organization that I have no real relationship with anymore, I'm going to make sure that I destroy it.
Yeah.
To me, that is just absolutely wild.
Before we get into that, Gary, the Crucible audience doesn't actually know much about you. And I thought we could take a second because we just kind of dove right in. We didn't even get to the cool intros. Can you tell the audience a little bit about yourself and how you ended up doing what you're doing?
Yeah, sure. So going back, for people that want to know my background, 9/11 happened. A couple days later, I was in the recruiting station. I ended up with the 101st with the initial push into Iraq. I was ended up as a sniper team leader. Did that 13-month tour, came back, decided I was going to go to special operations. So I went to selection, ended up with 1st Special Forces Group, where I did 3 more combat tours. Got out, took a job with the Department of State Diplomatic Security as a special tactics instructor. I was a third-party contractor, for the record, for all the people that want to call me a Fed. Wasn't technically employed by the federal government. I did that for a while, and then in 2015, I opened up Paramount Tactical Solutions. I had access to a lot of guys with the same background that were professional instructors, so I knew that we could bring a higher level of training. And then around 2020, COVID hit. A bunch of people were saying, Gary, you should do some stuff on YouTube. I was very put off by the gun tuber scene, but I decided to just, like, for clients and stuff, we're in West Virginia, so we weren't shut down that long. But I was like, all right, I'll throw out some videos, and those did better than I expected. And I had hoped to bring a little sanity to the gun tuber space. And then every Wednesday, I started doing like a live stream talking about politics, conservative politics, Second Amendment issues, and just current events. And then Butler happened. That was the first time I kind of dipped my toe in the Butler. I investigated that. Actually went and had a 3D model of that whole area made. And then, of course, I was a big fan of Charlie Kirk. Been watching him for years. And then when he was killed, the main thing, number one, was just watching it unfold. But really where I got started in this was, number one, I was skeptical of the government. I don't think we should trust the government ever. I also believe that the government lies, but social media personalities lie even more. You should be less trusting of them. But what I noticed immediately, and I'm sure you and your audience did too, immediately after Charlie Kirk was killed, the next day we had the palm gun theory. Rick Culler was shooting Charlie Kirk. It was ridiculous. So I went and debunked that. Camera guns, the Bushman shooter, all these shooters all over the place, an iPhone gun shooter, which was a kid that just happened to be making some weird hand movements at the time Charlie Kirk was shot. And a lot of other things. So it was flooded space. And I started debunking those, wasn't paying attention to what Candace Owens was doing at all. And, what I thought was weird is immediately down in the comments, and I hadn't talked about Israel or anything before then. And immediately it was like, the Jews are paying you, you're a Fed. Like, I'm telling you that it wasn't a palm gun. Yeah, thanks, Fed. Appreciate that. And there was this IO campaign, this information operation campaign that started immediately. Well, I ended up going to Butler. I interviewed over a dozen people. I've had like 5 eyewitnesses on my show. I also had a 3D model of that made. I actually did a drone survey there. And then we spent thousands of dollars creating this 3D survey, 3D model that is free. We made it free for everybody, where you can go in, it's literally plus or minus an inch. Everything's to scale. And so people could look and see where all these shooters were, if there was even a line of sight, which 90% of these propositions, there was no line of sight. And then around November, I remember somebody sent me, I was on Instagram, and I saw this girl that I follow say something about Candace Owens. And I didn't follow Candace Owens, but I knew who she was, and I thought generally she was on our side. I hadn't been paying attention to the Macron nonsense or anything else. And I was like, she's just mad at Candace, like being jealous, being catty. I was like, hold on, let me go check out this episode before I kind of like read her the riot act. So I went and looked at this episode, and what it was, I remember, it was when Candace was saying that there was tunnels underneath Charlie, and he was shot from underneath the table. And I was like, I read that immediately. I was like, what? This is ridiculous. I've been there. I know what this place looks like. So I saw that, but what caught my attention was what she was actually saying and how she was saying it. I saw immediately the rhetorical techniques being used for deception, and how she was framing things, initially proposing things as a speculation, but then like 5 minutes later reference back to it as a fact. And I could see the framing that she was doing.
Let me back up with you real quick.
Sure.
So you said 101st Airborne.
Yeah.
And then you went from where? From the 101st?
To selection.
Okay.
And then ultimately to 1st Special Forces Group in Fort Lewis, Washington.
Okay. Is that, what is that, Green Beret?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
So I have an equally impressive military story. In basic training, I got hurt and washed out. What do you think about that?
I mean, clearly you are a stolen valor. I mean, my
I feel
God.
like I feel like I got you beat, bro. And I just wanted to let you know that when it comes to the two of us, I think that I have the upper hand here when it comes to this conversation. I just didn't want you to forget it.
Hey, I have it noted. I have it noted. I will be at parade rest the entire rest of this conversation to give you the due respect you deserve.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I expect
No,
multiple salutes.
I'm saluting right now, and you just can't see it right now.
Anyway, so moving into this though.
Yeah.
Kind of let's head back into the conspiracy debunking. Can we agree on a few facts first? There are tons of conspiracies.
Yes.
There's tens of thousands, in fact, are engaged in people yearly, and we know this because the government prosecutes conspiracies all the time.
We had them highly codified into our laws.
Yeah, and of course, people who are in special forces, I'm guessing, enter into conspiracies all the time. That's probably part and parcel of what your job description is. Yeah, you conspire to perhaps kill people, perhaps sabotage, perhaps do things like this. I would assume.
There's one way to plan it, one way to phrase it. I would call it operational planning, but sure, it's a conspiracy amongst a small
Well,
group of people.
somebody somewhere who wants this done is conspiring to have it done, right? You might just be the people who are executing the plan, but somebody is conspiring to have the plan done. I'm just saying that if you look at conspiracies in general, there's thousands of them engaged in probably daily, right?
Sure.
So if that's the case, as we kind of look at this from an overview, there is some credit that we can give to people who want to question official narratives. We saw this during COVID-19, for instance. Lots of people wanted to question official narratives that were coming out. That seems completely rational and reasonable to me. And I do think that it's fine to question evidence, and I think that it's fine to not be a lemming. I think that all those things are probably good. But then you move into a different mind frame. And I think that this is the key is that there is a mind frame where your inductive reasoning no longer makes sense. In other words, you're tied so deeply to what it is that you believe that the facts need to fit that rather than you informing your belief by where the facts do lead. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. So then if that's the case, is it a public service? I would say it is. I think it's a public service what you're doing, and I think it's a public service what many other people are doing when they come through this misinformation mass and say, wait a second, this just doesn't reflect the facts themselves.
Yeah.
And so if that's the case, ultimately, after this is done, because this is not going to last, right? What are your plans post this whole collapse of this industry that has sprung up and is destined to go into the dustbin of history like the many that came before it?
Is that a question to me?
Yeah.
Oh, well, that's easy. So, look, I think there is, and we do it all the time. We don't just cover this. We cover a lot of other things we always have. And all throughout this, I've covered a lot of other things. And I would rather be covering just about anything, to be honest with you, than this. This is not fun. I think we need...
It's getting boring, huh?
It's not only getting boring, it's long been turned into work and just pain, right? Like there's no joy in this whatsoever. Now, what I do feel like is like we gotta assault through this objective. And even though this has not beneficial to me in any way, we can talk about how I've not benefited from this in all the different ways. But I think truth is important. Right? I mean, truth is important. And not only do I see what's going on with Candace as far as, it's not just that she's lying. It's not just that she is going after TPUSA and Erica Kirk. That's an element of this that I am repulsed by. But the other thing that I realize is like how effective she is completely undermining the very fabric of this country and truth in general. And the way that liberals and leftists did for a long time, which I think is why you and I exist, or especially you. I mean, this has been your fight. It's like, no, like boys can't be girls and girls can't be boys. Communism isn't a benefit. And in the same way that you can sell communism, the people that do sell communism make it sound grand, wonderful, but it's deception that leads to misery, death, and poverty. And this is what I see happening with Candace Owens, and this is why like I've been so energetic about this. Now, as far as where we go in the future, I think it's been made clear to me that there are people willing to say and do anything for clicks, and they're just not going to do that. And I don't care what it costs me. I don't care if my channel goes down to 0 people. I don't think that that'll happen. But I think that there is a need, and quite frankly, I feel a calling to deliver principled information. And what I always do is I cover topics that I want to cover, and I don't cover, necessarily what's the fad of the day. I didn't want to cover this. I knew the first video that I released on Candace, well, I thought, and I was convinced that I was going to lose 150,000 followers the next day. I knew I was going up against Goliath. I knew that there was a lot of overlap between my audiences. But man, like, there's a need for truth. We lost it with MS.
Gary, you still care about your audience? Me, you still can't, like, I gotta have to tell you, man, you have to treat them like the barnyard animals that they are, like the scum that they are. These people, the chat is evil. It is evil incarnate. Satan sent it from the ninth circle of hell is where the chat came from. You can't listen to them. There's nothing good. There's nothing good that they're ever gonna. They're bastards through and through, Gary. I'm telling you. Never listen to the chat.
Well, that's my point. Is I didn't care what, and I'm not going to be captured by an audience. And I talk about this all the time. Like if you disagree with me, that's fine. I'd love for you to stick around. But if you don't want to, and you want to question my integrity, you should go watch something else, because people don't care about the truth.
No, they're going to stay and they're going to pay. That's how it go. They're not going nowhere. They're going to stay and they're going to pay, whether they hate me or they don't hate me. They're not allowed to leave. They're not allowed to go anywhere. It's stay, pay. That's how it works around. I don't know how it works on your side of but yeah, no, they're not going nowhere. So,
well, there you go.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that's where I'm at, and that's where we're going in the future. And I do think that look, we all rejected mainstream media, and I thought we were going to have a revival of independent media that we could trust. And when the mainstream media was lying to you, Candace and all of her sycophants and followers and orbiters and downstreamers said, "Hold my beer, watch this." And I at this point, I genuinely think there's some element of this where Candace and some of the other ones are just punking their audience. Like, I wonder if I can get them to believe this. I wonder if I can get them to believe that Charlie Kirk was killed with an electrified microphone, an exploding microphone, and then he was drugged to the vehicle. He fought for his life the whole time there. They broke his neck manually. They shot a bullet and they shoved it into a pre-fired bullet into his wound. I wonder if I can sell that. I think I can, because my audience are freaking dumb and gullible.
Well, a lot of the people who have signed on to this, just so you know, they've been peddling in complete and total bullshit for years. Many years. Many of these people, I know them. They've been on the outside of the web for a long time. Interestingly enough, you want to hear one of the ultimate ironies? One of the ultimate ironies is this is all tied into we hate Trump and Democrats are going to save us, right? This is tied into this. There's a lot of motivation there from left-wing interlocutors who are dealing with some of these people, and they are utilizing audience capture methodologies. But if Democrats get in, you know what the first thing they do is? They censor conspiracy theories on the internet. That's the very first thing that they do. So, here's the ultimate irony. Owens and many of these people, Democrats get swept in and they end up with a majority in the House and the Senate, and they're able to pass legislation whether the president likes it or not. The very first thing they're going to do is put pressure on social media to remove conspiracy theories. And do you know why they do that? They do that because they're up to no fucking good, Gary. They're up to evil, diabolical things, and they don't want people to talk about those evil, diabolical things, like the jabby stabbies and things like this. So that's why they do that. It's like an ultimate irony coming down the pipeline if Democrats get this. And I just think that it's like, in a way it's hilarious, and in a way it's sad. Because it's like, well, the grift ends one way or the other, right? It ends one way or the other.
It's the same as, again, it's just like selling communism, right? It's like, I can paint a picture to these morons like, hey, wouldn't it be cool if, like, that rich guy over there, he had less and you had more? and you got to, you didn't have to work so hard, and then all of us are going to be equal. We'll all get paid the same. We'll get work, we'll work the same. And the next thing you know, you're in gulags. And if you have any sort of dissident behavior, you're dead. Like, this is how this always works. These movements are so self-defeating, but you're absolutely right. And that was, look, I was planning on hitting this hard. The whole Fort Huachuca story came about, and when that was happening, I was hitting that hard. And my plan was, right after that, I'm done. I'm getting out. But then I saw, then number one, Candace started coming after me. People started doxing me, and I wasn't going to look like a quitter, like you intimidated me into quitting. So that was that part. But the other part of this was I saw where, Tucker Carlson started dovetailing into this. We had Baron Coleman come onto the scene. All these other people that were pushing, Megyn Kelly, a whole bunch of other folks, Ian Carroll, of course, where this turned into this political movement that was clearly, in my mind, being pushed from our enemies, both foreign and domestic, to make sure that we lose the midterms, to make sure that we lose 2028, so that there could be this woke, right, weird, rise up third party. And I've been predicting this since January, like calling it Project 2032, where this party would rise up in opposition, and they would be based in, the party would essentially be based on extreme isolationism and decoupling from Israel.
Well, interestingly enough, there is some of that.
Yeah.
I talked with Joe Kent when I was debating with him recently. I was debating against him and Alex Jones and a few others at this Brandon Straka event. And I put him to the question on the new political party, which he's trying to form with Marjorie Taylor Greene and Tucker Carlson, and asked a simple question. What was the thing that distinguished them from the modern libertarian policy and party, right? What are modern libertarian policies and the party, what distinguishes you from that? But you'll never guess the answer. What do you think it was?
Israel.
No, nothing.
Oh, nothing.
Nothing. There was
Okay.
nothing. There wasn't a single policy that he could name which wasn't already part of the mainstream political platform. Even if you name Israel, libertarians have always remained isolationists. So they were always going to do away with any sort of foreign bog down anyway, regardless of the nation. They don't care if it's Israel, if it's Iran, if it's whoever.
Well, see, that's the difference. Is libertarians, and I definitely have a lot of libertarian. I've also often described myself as like a libertarian conservative, but I don't believe in isolationism. I believe in individual rights and individual liberties and freedoms. I think that should be the priority. That's always been the priority here in the United States. I think that actually is the singular thing that makes us different as a country than just about any other nation on earth. On top of democracy, on top of all those other things. But at least the libertarians are consistent. It's like, we don't want to engage with China. We're kind of an isolationist. But this party is definitely extremely singularly focused on Israel for whatever reason. And I have some ideas behind that, but it is what it is.
I think it's fine to have criticism of Israel, and I think it's fine to be against the Iranian conflict. I know that many veterans, for instance, are very against any type of new bogged down conflict in the Middle East, and I don't blame them. They don't feel like they got, even though they went and fought in the dirt, they didn't feel like they got a lot of bang for their buck, at least the ones that I talked to. And
I agree with that.
Yeah, and they felt like in many ways they didn't accomplish anything, and they didn't feel like their presence there did much except get their friends killed. So I can completely and totally understand the position of wanting to not be a part of any of these Mideast wars. But I do agree with you that there is such a thing as Jewsburging, where it becomes, I snubbed my toe, those rascally Jews. And we've gotten to that point on X, at least. What happened, interestingly enough, there used to be two different dynamics at play. X was run by basically a bunch of libs before Musk bought it. And they were very, very heavy-handed when it came to moderation. And they were very biased towards the right. I mean, against them, not for them, right? They were very biased against them. Now, an answer to that came along, which was Gab. And Gab became kind of a place where a lot of these people who wanted to talk about these issues went. And that's where you saw most of the anti-Israel, et cetera, et cetera. And that's where most of that was. When Elon Musk lifted the veil, he was like, no, this is going to be the arena for all new conversations. Everybody who was on Gab who had been banned came back. He unbanned guys like Fuentes. He unbanned other people who were very prominent in those fields, and that conversation came back on X. Now, I've never had a problem with the white nationalist conversation. I've never had a problem with the anti-Zionist conversation, anti-Israel conversation. I think that debates and ideas should be free-forming, and I think the best way to refute them and destroy bad ideas is to take them on rather than trying to suppress them. So I never actually had a problem with it. What's happened on X, though, that I do have an issue with is it's become bogged down with foreign accounts. So this is no longer a representation of the town square for like the United States of America. Rather, it's become a worldview collision for cultures that have never gotten along and don't want anything to do with each other. And in many ways, they're able to do internet warfare through X from foreign nations in order to attack or change the mind of various influencers. That has become almost like an open gate back door as we're dealing with the information war.
No, 100%. And I've been covering that on my channel for at least the last 6 months in depth. And I've went through and done multitudes of analysis. I posted a couple of things about that very thing today. And it's what people don't realize is how easy it is to influence the influencers, right? And we do know that Russia, China, Iran, and all these other countries that can't afford to take on America with any sort of ballistic threat or invasion or anything else, it is so much cheaper to buy a couple $1 million worth of equipment and engage in open warfare on the internet, information operations, psychological operations, whatever you want to call it. And by the way, we know that George Soros types and these leftists do the exact same thing.
Well, it's not just that. The Israelis came up with a virus, the Stuxnet virus. I don't know if you're familiar with it.
I am.
The entire principle of that virus was it was an open source virus designed specifically for Windows programs. They got the open source code somehow. Nobody actually knows how from Microsoft. They got it. And they created this virus. And what it did was it slowly increased the speed of centrifuges in these Iranian power plants, right? Well, and it worked. I mean, it was diabolical, right? Like brilliant, diabolical type stuff. It's almost incredible that was even pulled off, but it was. But the Iranians then made a counter cybernetic warfare group, which has now become one of the most sophisticated in the entire world. It's one of the best. In many cases, it's funny. People will say, well, wait a second, Andrew. Why would the official Iranian account sound so stupid then when it's coming from Iranian state government and things like this? It's actually part of diversionary tactics from these cyber groups. If you're talking to somebody who is in, like cyber intelligence, who is in Iran, you would never know that he wasn't Chuck from Idaho. Like you would just never know that. And they're extremely good at it. And cyber warfare has become the kind of that and the info war has become the two major positions for how you can essentially topple governments and topple people. So it's interesting to watch as Elon Musk has opened this up, how many and how much that actually opens up foreign nations to the influence of others. And it turns out that the United States was somewhat arrogant in that regard because we're not very good at combating it. And our people here are not very good at being resistant to it.
No, or detecting it or understanding it or any of those things. But yeah, it's real simple. It's like if one of these state actors or political actors sees someone that's pushing a narrative that is beneficial to them, and in this instance, destructive to MAGA, all they got to do is put a couple million views behind it. I mean, that is going to influence them in ways. It does a couple things. Number one, there's a thing called algorithmic velocity. So if you get initial views that are a lot, you get a lot of initial views, a lot of positive comments, a lot of thumbs up, the algorithm itself is going to pick up. And so they see this and they're like, oh man, I'm doing great. This is a great topic. And then the next day they have a topic that isn't so useful. Well, they don't get the bots. And so like now the influencer, and we always talk about are they being paid by Russia? Are they being paid by Iran or Qatar? For the vast majority of this, as a matter of fact, the U.S. government stats on this is 94% of all Russian influencers aren't actually paid by Russia at all. And this is what's happening with this. So these things get boosted at the same time. At the same time, those same bots, they go to chats, they go to people's pages like yours and mine, and you can spot them. Like, you can spot the bots. I mean, it's just so obvious. It's not even funny if you're looking for them. But they're downgrading and they're downvoting your content. And of course, going through demoralization tactics, saying you suck and, whatever, like you're the worst thing ever. Candace hates, is better than you, and all these things. So, like,
I mean, that's my favorite part. That's the stuff I wake up in the morning for. Like, I have a lot of fun with that. People will send me the nastiest DMs, and I'm always like, that's no way to say good morning. That's not, didn't your mom teach you manners? That's not how you say good morning. Yeah, I mean, I know I'm the worst person who's ever lived in all of human history. I get that, but I mean, couldn't you at least wait till I had a cup of coffee and I start engaging with them a little bit? You win some people over, and then a lot of times you just get like, insane. You need to go kill yourself and your whole family and that kind of thing, right? So it just depends. But I mean, I live for that shit. I think it's hilarious.
Well, you better get a thick skin quick if you're going to do this business, especially if you're going to go after political commentary or whatever it is. And back in like October, November, especially, they were like, you're a traitor. I was like, oh man, I want to find this guy. I'd spend 3 days looking up this person. Now, like, I get talked about on Candace Owens almost daily. I just had a genuine Russian asset propagandist, anti-American propagandist, pro-Russian, pro-Putin propagandist go on Tucker Carlson and just slander the crap out of me. And it's just like, now it's just a Thursday. And, you just, like, what are you going to do? You're going to quit? You're going to make them let you quit?
No, you make them make you tons of money. Duh. Like, if you're gonna run down my good Wilson name, I might as well make a fortune reacting and messing with you. I mean, right? Doesn't that seem fair?
No.
I mean, it seems totally fair to me. If you're going to take your time to attack me, then I might as well make a ton of money off of your stupidity. That's the way I feel about it. So,
I completely.
I'm saying, so I know it's a very pragmatic approach, but it's like, well, if you're going to try to run me through the muck, I'm going to have a lot of fun at your expense. So I'm just saying.
Nope, 100%. Speaking of which, I do have a couple of super chats, and some of these people are wanting. And I know you get like little $5 super chats. Over here, we're big money. We're big money. Hold on, not that one. No.
That's my favorite one. No soup for Noel.
This right here.
She's my biggest
she's
fan.
Awesome.
She's my biggest fan, by the way. She loves me. She told me in DM, she was like, "You are so great, Andrew. You're not a misogynistic prick at all. In fact, you're so nice to women, and I just adore you." And I was like, you shouldn't have no soup for Knowles. That's such a nice thing to say. She was like, "I know, I'm a really sweet person. I swear I promise that's what happened. You believe me, right?"
100%.
Yeah, 100%.
No, Britta is great. She definitely doesn't like you, but God bless her. Patriot Lady says, it's clear Candace Owens seeks validation through gobs of money and millions of followers, even if they are fake. Due to moral failing, she will do and say anything to get it. A reckless, insatiable desire for vengeance and her love of money and power are the roots of her evils, allegedly.
I think people really get this wrong as far as motivation goes, which is why I generally think you shouldn't speak to motivation, because it's very difficult unless you have a significant interpersonal relationship with a person to actually speak to their motivations about things. It's actually difficult to do, especially when they're doing things like streaming or their TV personality or things like this. You can misunderstand various things very quickly because you're not part of their interpersonal dynamic. I think what actually is happening more than anything is that imagine that you have the ability to just crush anybody you want whenever you want, and it's justified. Just imagine that. Like, it's just always justified to just close your fist and this person's completely annihilated. Well, that's the kind of power that is in this person's hand at the moment. And it's not even a matter of whether you use it responsibly, not using it whatever, right? The fact of the matter is that creates a kind of a powerful centralized entity which can just go, well, I'm justified in doing bad thing. Here's bad thing. You are now crushed. That type of thing can be very intoxicating for people. And I'm not sure that it's a matter of vengeance. I'm not sure if it's a matter of evil doing. I fully believe that Candace Owens believes that she's completely justified in what it is that she does and thinks she's doing a great service for all of humanity. She believes that she's a warrior on the front line of truth and that she's doing everything she can possibly do for that. And ultimately, the ends justify the means. If it's the case that I need to lie the entire time, so what? As long as we get to the truth, the lies were then justified. Everything is justified through the prism of I'm running an investigation. If you need to be doxxed, your family needs to be doxxed, you need to go away, you become a problem for this investigation, you yourself become part of the investigation, whether you like it or not. And so whether that's even intentional or not is very difficult to say. But it is, in fact, the case that that is what's happening. And that's so from my perspective, it's like, I'm not sure what makes her tick, and neither are any of you. And I don't think you should even particularly speculate on what's making them tick, only what is actually factually happening, regardless of why or whatever the psychology is behind it. That is indeed what's happening currently.
Yeah, I mean, trying to figure out motivations is always an exercise in futility. The thing that I look at or try to talk to my audience about is like, you got to look at the trajectory of what they're doing and what they're saying. And it's like, okay, I don't care what your motivation is. This is where we're headed. This is where you're taking the country. And one of the big issues that I have with Candace is that she really has, like, she has completely undermined the idea of critical thinking in general. And the level at which that has happened, the amount of people and Americans that she has exposed for being just so damn gullible is pretty shocking to me.
Do you think that, it's funny, when I try to think about these things at scale. So at scale, you and I are very, very small fish, right? You could be a huge social media star and still be a very, very small fish in the, kind of larger scheme of things.
Yeah, sure.
So I get recognized basically everywhere I go. That's true. But people aren't running over like they would Johnny Depp to just like take a piece of me so that they have it as a souvenir, right? It's all scalable. And so when I kind of take the bird's eye view, I recognize that it is true that Owens has, 50, 60, 70,000 nightly viewers, but she's not the only one. It depends on what you're looking at and which field you're looking in. When it comes to this kind of like murder porn drama stuff, yeah, she gets high viewership in that arena. But the internet's a much wider place than people think. And there's other channels I can point to that have hundreds of thousands of live viewers, right? Sure. And this is in fact the case. So it's interesting when you look at the scalability of it, you realize, is it really the case that most Americans are gullible to this? Or is it really the case that most Americans don't give a shit? They just don't care. They think, well, who cares? They don't care about it, right? They get up in the morning, they get their coffee, and away they go. And it's interesting because when I look at the online field versus Main Street, if you were to believe X, every single Republican that Trump nominated to be elected, they should have lost their primaries. And all of them won, in fact, all of their primaries. So the reflection from Main Street to online politics doesn't always carry over, though it does sometimes carry over, right? And there is at least some influence there for sure. And so I just think it's interesting. It's like, I'm not willing to throw the American people under the bus or say that most of them are stupid or most of them fall for conspiracies or things like this. I think ultimately that's actually not the case. I think that the people who are drawn to that, they look for it, just like people who are drawn to like OnlyFans and corn and things like that. They go looking for that stuff, right? There's no doubt that people go looking for conspiracy style content. I do myself. There's a great show, for instance, called The Y-Files. I watch all the time. I think it's a great show. It's fantastic. And I went looking for that content because when I do long drives, I like to listen to it. I think it's fun, right? I just think it's fun. But that doesn't mean I'm going to eliminate all rationality either, right? So I don't actually know that it's much of a reflection of Main Street America. I don't know. And the amount of DMs I've gotten from people who are the like, quote, quiet observers, these are the people who you never see comment. the people who really don't say much, got hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of them who were like, what is this chick you were just talking to? Is she stupid or something? It's like they didn't even get it. They were just like, what? Why is this a major thing? She just sounds like an idiot. She just, she's not telling you anything. She's super evasive. What's even going on here? So I'm not sure, right? Like I'm not to the point where I can parse out exactly how much overlap there really is.
Yeah, no, look, I've mentioned many times, I think her real support is less than 1% of the population, ultimately. And, one of the things I talked about regularly, like there is a huge delta between the perceptions created on X, especially versus reality. And we saw that. We saw that with Thomas Massey. Like, if you'd have been looking at X, Thomas Massey was just going to crush many other candidates. Here we have Bilzerian. Who were some of the other ones down there? Fishback. And of course, they were just absolute. They lost. They were losers, right? I mean, big time, or as Trump would say, big league. But yeah, no, that is true. I guess I was taken aback, and maybe it's just out of naivete, and I still am to some extent, at how many people will defend this in there again. It's like,
how many of them are even real, though?
Yeah, I mean that's the thing, 100%. But there is a push to, even in the last, I don't know, 50 plus years, we've had this moral relativism that has turned into almost to this reality relativism, where it's my truth, my reality. And that's a real danger. And that's how I do think this country is lost. And what I've always said is, I'm not worried about Candace. Candace is just the current mascot for this op, and Tucker Carlson and many others. It's what comes after them, because I think this is just the beta test. It's like, what happens when there's somebody more believable, that is more charismatic, that is
what happened
more
after QAnon?
Well, I think what happened after QAnon was Candace Owens, and this is definitely a much better op than QAnon.
I don't know. Is it? The QAnon also, if you remember, it took the country by storm. For instance, Lionel Media, he's a QAnon guy. That's where he got his start, right? He got his big breakout following QAnon with the Q updates and the Q tips and, all of the various Q stuff.
The Q drops.
Yeah, the Q drops. What was interesting about that is that right-wing media basically ignored that for the most part. Left-wing media focused on it, and we just thought it was hilarious, right? Most people on the Main Street thought it was kind of funny. It helped usher in Trump, and Trump very much got ushered in the first time based mostly on memes and the fact that the American public was so pissed off at the establishment, they wanted somebody to go in and basically throw a hand grenade into it. That was what the whole point of Trump's first administration was. Michael Moore pointed this out very astutely, that Trump is a hand grenade for the working class, and his entire job is to go in there and cause as much havoc as possible for our amusement. And that's exactly what he did, right? It was great. But as long as Q was on that side of the memes, we were kind of fine with him. But then what happens when the memes switch over the other direction and the conspirators switch over the other direction and the left is feeding them? I think that we're seeing a direct effect of the distinction IQ between conservatives and progressives. Progressives do generally have a higher IQ on average than conservatives. A lot of people don't know that, but it is in fact the case. It's part of what makes progressives so crazy, in fact, is because they have higher IQs, and oftentimes that's correlated with mental illness for various reasons, not the least of which being the rejection of God and the idea of nihilism. But we do have a problem there on both Main Street and in the online medium of a lot of our base. Well, not a lot. It's not an overly significant amount, but it's enough, are actually extremely gullible and will fall for a lot. Like, that is a problem, and it is more unique to the right than it is the left. And that is something that we're going to have to contend with at some point.
Yeah, the left is indivisible. Like, they're going to vote blue no matter who. They're more... I don't even, I really have come to believe that voter fraud is much more rampant than any of us really realize. But with that being said, I do believe that there's this quiet majority that has always existed. I still believe our country is, center right. but for whatever reason, we are definitely not as motivated as politically. And a lot of it's because, again, we're focused on our families, we're focused on our jobs, our careers. We're actually, I mean, somebody's got to pay for all the free things. So, that is part of the challenge. And I do think that also, like, we got to get more people like you and other people out there willing to fight online as well. This is the,
Well,
like,
we've
the
been
ground game's
focusing on
important.
that for the last 3 years. And
Mhm.
right now, right this second as we speak, you will find dozens and dozens of people from the Crucible community who are doing debates all across the internet right this second. They're either doing debates on YouTube, they're doing debates on TikTok, they're doing debates basic in person even. All over the internet, it's being covered. We're challenging them 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, regardless of the platform, which is why we got a foothold in TikTok to begin with. They're constantly being challenged there now, and they hate it. One of the reasons TikTokers just loathe me, they loathe me so badly that Jubilee tried to set up a roundtable, and all the TikTokers said no. They said, no, we're not doing a debate with Andrew Wilson, no way. And it's because their spaces have been invaded now. So I do think that there is a lot of merit in online warfare against the left, especially online political warfare, and that debate is a weapon of choice for that particular type of warfare. But there's also the demonstration warfare, which is you have political commentators and things like this, which are reacting and they're explaining how these various political ideas work and running them through various mental prisms so that the audience understands what's going on. So our mission is very simple. It's always been the same: stop the left. That's it. That's always been the mission. It's never been anything more than that. Stop the left. And by whatever means we possibly can, that's exactly what we do within the confines of legality and morality, right? Now, they don't use those same confines. They'll do immoral things and illegal things all the time. They don't care, right? But we do. So we still legitimately beat them in all of these arenas. And I do think that's important. But what I don't see on the political commentary side, it's very easy for people because they're moving towards this idea of you need clicks because you have to stay in business, right? So sensationalism for the right is just as necessary as it is for the left. When the left runs these big media promos and the left will say, Donald Trump is going to take away, women's rights and put them back in the kitchen or whatever. It's all sensationalism nonsense, but it brings in the clips. The right-wing news commentary community does the exact same thing in reverse, right? Look at this, Democrats are going to take away your blah, 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 and we're going to cover it tonight at 9. It's like, and then they get to the story and you go, wait a second, none of that's even happening. So the dishonesty transcends the right or the left.
Sure.
And the truth is that the commentary community and the debate kind of community that comes out of social media, both of them are going to have to move towards more honest ways to do business, or else the new media is going to be just as untrusted as the old media.
Yeah, right now, I think we're at that state. And by the way, I think that's part of the game as well. Like, I think there is an element of this that is intentionally undermining faith and trust in new independent media as well. Going back to debate for a second, though, I've heard your story before. You were, basically working in robotics.
Mm-hmm.
And, COVID hit and you started getting involved. And it might have been slightly before that, but you started getting involved in like Facebook discussions and things like that.
Yeah.
And now you've gotten to a point where you obviously take this very seriously. You take the art, the tactics, the methodology behind debate very seriously. I watch how you communicate. I constantly take notes, as I do a lot of people. And how did you get to a point where it's like, okay, I'm winning these discussions. I'm obviously very good at arguing to the point where, okay, now I'm going to be a professional debater. And then you start developing systems. Obviously, you offer tutoring and famously went down to TPUSA. And I know you've been doing that type of thing for a really long time.
Yeah, years.
Like, where did it get to like, okay, I'm going to develop a system? Where did you do debate in high school or anything like that? Or was this
I'm going to tell you
kind of
something. All of this happened to me by accident.
Mm-hmm.
If you had come to me years ago and asked me, did I lose you? Oh, okay, you're back.
Oh,
if you had come to me, 6 years ago and said, you're going to be one of the kind of most famous online debaters in existence, I would have laughed. I mean, what are you talking about? You know what I mean? It would have sounded stupid to me. I never envisioned any of this for myself, ever. I didn't know I'd be good at entertainment. I didn't know I'd be good at debate. I had no idea. They were hidden skills that I didn't know I had. And it takes me, because I'm kind of stupid, twice as long to pick up on something as somebody else. And so I put in twice the work, right? That's what I do. I'm like, well, I'll just work really hard at it and maybe get somewhere. I remember when I quit my job to do it full time, I thought, oh, I just probably made the biggest mistake of my life. Oh, great, Andrew, you're going to go be a YouTuber and support your huge family on YouTube revenue. Boy, this was a brilliant, genius idea. you know, that's how I felt at the time. We were very small. I barely cleared, 70, 80 live viewers. But I thought that if I really gave it a good go, if I really went after it with everything, that I would at least be able to make. And my goal at the time was minimum to cover my bills. Can we do 900 a week? If I could get to 900 a week, just working from home, and I didn't have to go kill myself in a factory, even though that would be a huge pay cut, I'd take it. You know what I mean? And then build it from there. It was like the first month, I think we cleared, and that was just running debates at the time. I was just moderating debates. I wasn't even really engaging in them. I think the first month we cleared like I think it was $7,500 or $8,000, and my wife was like, "Well, I think you made the right decision." And then it just started growing like crazy. And one of the byproducts of moderating so many debates with high-profile individuals is that then I got to know them and build an established relationship with them. And the other product that came from that is that I got to listen to hundreds and hundreds of debates. I got to listen to them, and I'd moderate them all over the internet day and night. I'd work during the day and then moderate debates in the evening and host them on my channel. So I started doing kind of creative things. I'd make cool intro music for them and things like this. But I would really listen to the arguments. I thought that was important for my job as a moderator, to listen to them. So by the time I got around to actually doing debating myself, I'd heard, I don't know how many arguments from the right and the left and religious arguments. I already was pretty prepped up. So I had debated before I became a moderator. That's true. But by the time I had moderated all those debates, I had so much information in my brain from actually paying attention to them that it made the transition very easy. And then it moved from being a debate channel. People said, "Hey, why don't you just go live and talk to us every once in a while?" Okay. So I'd start doing that. Then they'd ask me to break down the news, and they'd ask me this, and then it became an entertainment channel where I also do debates, right? So, but primarily I'm a political pundit and a political commentator. I just happen to love doing debates, and so I'll go in the arena and debate politics with basically anybody. And one of the things that's always set me apart is I don't care about your channel size. So somebody has I'm just not a snob like that. When I was a very small YouTuber, I used to have large YouTubers who would take a chance on me, guys like Jay Dyer and others who would come on, help me out. And I never forgot that. So people with small channels are like, "Hey, we'd like to host a debate," or, "I'd like to do a debate against you on this topic," or whatever. I'm always happy to do that. I feel like that's kind of paying that forward, right? So that's how that came to be. And then, now I fly all over the country and am flown all over the country to do various debates against high profile individuals everywhere, especially on the left. Though I do engage in right wing debates, I actually prefer to keep it stationed around the left. I think that the right needs to have all the unity possible.
Yeah, no, I agree. Again, I think we were more easily divided. And that was one of the things that Charlie Kirk was very good at. Maybe it hurt him after he passed. But he was very good at coalition building, and he was good at, he was just a statesman at the end of the day. But he also understood the importance of debate. He also understood the importance of an online footprint and being aggressive on social media, but also following that up with obviously an extremely good ground game as well. So, I don't know. It's interesting to see the future of the party.
I think Kirk's story is particularly interesting as I'm not sure that him being a public figure or public debater was ever really a thing that he was specifically seeking. Originally, Steven Crowder had pioneered the idea of Change My Mind.
Yes.
And he was moving between various campuses. And his entire idea was not to have very confrontational debates at all, but rather to sit down and have respectful conversations about issues he cared about. And he wanted to hear what the opposition had to say and see if they actually could change his mind. He was like, well, maybe they can. Maybe there's actually, and I've talked with Steven about this quite a bit. He genuinely thought, maybe I'm missing something. Now, that series became a massive hit, but his security, the fact of the matter is that Steven was under the gun, quite literally, with security threat after security threat, and had multiple incidences where he knew that that was going to continue to increase over time as his popularity increased with the Change My Mind. Now, TPUSA, they came in and actually kind of took that same idea. In fact, I think originally they were going to even keep the name Change My Mind. But then, Charlie Kirk changed it and this kind of thing. And that became much more confrontational debating. So while it's true that Charlie Kirk was a offensive debater rather than defensive, he always liked to keep his opponent on offense. And he didn't do much in the way of defensive debating. They were actually, because of that, highly confrontational, though respectful. And so that increased the amount of tension that was always happening. And that's why you got such great clips out of that kind of tension that was there. But also that increased the security risk and various things like this around the atmosphere around him. So there was big give and takes, but I'm not sure still to this day that the intention of Charlie Kirk ever was to start getting into this and become very famous through clips and this type of thing. I think that running the ground game for TPUSA and the coalition building was the much more important factor for him, but they knew they had to get on TikTok and these other social media brand. He ended up being a firebrand in that regard.
Yeah, I think that's probably one of his biggest recruiting tools for sure. I mean, that's what went viral constantly was his interaction with students, and I think that's what introduced a lot of people to Charlie Kirk and TPUSA one way or the other. And I think that's one of the gaps that Republicans and conservatives are still struggling with. Like, the left has a great social media game, like from recruiting to indoctrinating to their opposition tactics. They developed all those things, and I think we're still playing catch up with that. And I think what you're doing is exactly you are filling that void. And I know you were doing it before then.
And we're going to get other people in to continue to fill it. It's not this whole idea is way bigger than me. There's other great emergent debaters on the right, and I support them. I want to see more of it, right? My friend Rob Knorr, for instance, phenomenal debater.
Awesome. Had him on last night.
Yeah, great policy debater, one of the best. Not a great philosophical debater, but one of the better policy debaters I've ever seen. Now, he does have a background in debate. He was a debate coach. He was a professional debater all throughout college. He's excellent at it. But not just him. There's others like Ryan Mullally. He's getting into the law sphere, and he's beginning to debate there. There's tons of people from the Crucible community that have begun to emerge as well as being very good debaters. And I hope these guys all do way better than me, to be honest with you. Like, I hope all of them, they make millions of dollars and go on to change the world, and I'll be right there supporting them, because the worldview is what matters ultimately. And it's the worldview is a combination of Christian ethics and right-wing domestic policy prescriptions, and why those things tend to go so well together and overlap so well together is because Christian ethics doesn't give the violation the idea of family, and that's the bedrock and backbone of all American politics is the family. And the reason that the left has become so deranged is because the idea of family to them has become an open source. It can be 3 moms and 3 dads. It can be 2 trans individuals. It can be any number of different dynamics which come into play for what the family is, and that's why so many of them become so deranged. They don't have any backbone to fall back on. And most normal people, of course, they have a mom and they have a dad and they have sisters and brothers or whatever. And so they have some kind of relatability to each other. But when you engage in alternative family lifestyles, things like this, the idea of how you engage with people drastically changes. You can't even relate to them the same way. There's nothing there that's relatable. An example of this, you have employees, I take it, or have had employees. If a guy came in and he's like, look, I'm going to work really hard for you. I have a young wife at home, and I just had my newborn, and I need this job. I'm gonna work real hard. And then he leaves. Another guy comes in and he says, look, I'm with a dude who's actually a chick, right? And we're thinking of adopting. Which one are you more likely to hire? Pragmatically, forget the politics. Just from a pragmatic perspective, which one would you want to hire and why?
Well, not that one.
Not that one. But what about that would be pragmatic? Like, what's more practical and pragmatic about it?
As far as hiring a trans versus non-trans?
Yeah. Well, somebody is alternative family versus a traditional family.
Well, I mean, look, I think there's a lot of things that genuinely go with this. We can talk about stereotypes or whatever else, but again, where I have an issue with is when we start talking about what do you base reality on? How do you think?
So and relatability. You're talking about
relatability.
If you say what is reality,
our clientele.
If you say what is reality and how do you think, you're actually talking about relatability.
Sure.
Because if I have a worldview which is so dissimilar from yours, if I was like a native in Papua New Guinea and doing the horrible things that they do, or a headhunter or something like this, there's no way we could ever relate. How could we ever relate? Our views are so far abroad that there's no relatability. You couldn't even have a conceptual conversation with me. Our realities are completely different. And that's why you see that huge divergence when it comes to worldview. The truth is, you want the young guy there with the wife and kid at home because you understand that you can communicate with this person through your worldview and they're going to understand what you're saying. There's a relatability there. You're not going to get that from the T couple and this and that. They don't have the same relatability to you. They can't even understand what it is you're talking about. They're running it through a completely different filtration system. And so as that diverges, as that family unit crumbles and is crippled, that's why you see so many people who have these huge worldview differences. They don't even filter information the same way, in fact. They can't. They don't have the same dynamic. Like if you're raised by two trans people, don't you think that your views would be radically different than they are right now? Probably. And wouldn't you relate to a guy like you very differently? You probably would. And so
100%.
That's the divergence that happens, and why Christian ethics always moves right is because Christian ethics banks on there being a family of one man, one woman, then children. That's the prime directive. So it's very relatable for people.
No, that's absolutely right. And I will tell you, folks, Andrew gets a bad rap in a lot of different ways. And yeah, he basically is an asshole. We all know that. But I will tell you, I've had a lot of personal interactions with you that, matter of fact, we had a phone call, 45-minute phone call where you just, we had a long discussion. And it was very encouraging. It wasn't a phone call that you had to make. And I just want to tell you, I appreciate that. And
yeah,
I wish
course.
more people knew. And I don't know, maybe.
Well, don't ruin
I'm
it.
just super
don't,
special.
Don't
maybe I'm
ruin
just
it
super
for...
special, but I imagine you're doing that a lot behind the scenes. And just some of the things that you talked about regarding hey, you know what? If there's these smaller channels that want to come on, you're giving back in ways that I know you don't want it made public. It'll ruin your image completely. It's going to cut down on those morning chats that you have come to love so much. But the reality is from what I've seen, and I've had my personal interactions with it, you're not a bad guy. I was actually in Dallas the day before. I did the debates the day before that you arrived. I was leaving the morning that I'm sure you showed up. But that was an interesting dynamic overall. But one of the things, you're actually from the Detroit area. I don't know exactly where in Michigan.
Grand Rapids area.
Okay, so yeah, north of there. I was actually born in the Dearborn area. The funny thing is, your wife and I actually share the same birthday on the same year, and it's possible we were born in the same exact hospital.
No kidding.
We weren't born in the hospital. No, we weren't born in the same hospital.
Oh,
but
okay.
I thought that was interesting. A weird little quinky
Are
dink.
you the long lost brother?
We were separated at birth.
That's funny.
I heard I had a Siamese twin
That's
sister.
right.
Does she have a scar right at her?
She's yeah, she's a Michigan native. Yes.
Yeah.
I wasn't. I was a Michigan transplant. I grew up in California.
Oh, that explains.
Oh
it.
yeah, I grew up in California, in some of the most liberal areas of California. In fact, which is how I know that even in very liberal areas, there's a lot of conservatives because, I mean, we still didn't put up with anything. You know, like none of the people that I went to high school with or middle school or would ever have put up with any of the kind of shit you see high schoolers putting up with now. Like they would just have never, not in a million years.
Yeah.
So. While it's true the culture changes, just remember that even in liberal meccas, there's still usually a lot of good conservatives around.
So what was it that developed your worldview? So you're in California. Was it your family?
It's my dad.
It church? Okay.
Yeah, it's my dad for sure. He's my old man is the kind of quintessential yells at the TV and calls everybody a communist old man. That's the way he is. He was a draftee during Vietnam. He was drafted into the Army, so he joined the Air Force because his dad told him, he's like, you're not going to the Army. You're going to get an education instead through the Air Force. And he was like, well, okay. So my grandfather was in the Army Air Corps. Now, there was no Air Force at the time. That wasn't even a branch which existed. It was the Army Air Corps. And then that's why he told him to join the Air Force. So he went and joined the Air Force, and he was stationed in the Philippines during the Vietnam War. But he saw communism firsthand, in other words, because they were getting intel constantly, and there was all sorts of Vietnamese excursions in the Philippines as well, and in the outlying areas that he was sent to. So he saw communism up close, and he hated them. I would venture to say that one of the earliest phrases that I remember from my father was, "These fucking communist bastards." I would venture to say that's probably the earliest phrase I heard ever. So that was that. So yeah, I think I adopted a lot of the worldview from the old man, and he hated Democrats. He hated them like you can't believe. He could call them poison daily. These people are poison. They need to be drawn out of the system. They're a nightmare. And he called them all communists. He thought there was no distinction between the average Democrat in the 90s and early 2000s and a communist. He didn't think for a second there was a distinction. And I don't think he does now. I don't think he does now.
So your dad's still around?
He is, yeah. He's very sick at the moment, but yeah, he is still here with us, thank God. So
how did you guys end up in Michigan?
Well, we had moved to Nevada. I moved to Nevada with my parents. I met my wife there, and so from there we ended up in Michigan. That's where she grew up. So that's how we ended up in Michigan.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Oh, good to know.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what do you think is the path forward? Like, if you were to lay out a plan for the right, if you're sitting and strategizing with Andrew Colvett or any of these other big, large organizations, the RNC, like, hey, this is what we need to do. What's your plan?
The first is they need to begin the discussion around men's issues specifically. More than any other single issue.
I agree.
The right wing is fueled by men, not by women. The women who vote for the right are voting alongside their husbands. And too often, Republicans and the right gets caught up in feminist issues and feminized issues, and they don't look at men's issues very closely. And they really should do that. That should be the number one priority, in fact, because that is their base. Their base is mostly working class men. And if you want to have working class men stay your base, you need to really start focusing on their issues. Now, we're talking about a whole host of issues here that need to be attacked. One is veteran mental health, of course, but also just mental health in general for men who are going through a hard time. They've been completely forgotten about. I mean, totally forgotten about. The fact of the matter is that women have way too much leverage still when it comes to divorce. They have too much leverage still when it comes to custodial agreements. They have too much kind of say in society, even though they can't even be drafted. And a lot of those issues, I think, need to be hyper-focused on by the right. They need to focus on men. And if they would do that, they would expand that base even more. A lot of left-wingers would actually move over to the right if they thought that the right wasn't pandering and kissing the asses of women, but instead was focusing on men and their issues. So that would be the first thing that I would focus on, is telling Republicans and focusing with these larger NGOs like TPUSA. And did you notice that they're going to have their men's summit?
I did hear that. And I did see that you latched onto that very quickly.
I'm very happy that they're going to have their men's summit instead of just their female leadership summit. Nice to see that they're going to give a little love to the men, right? Well, maybe I should never say that out loud again. But the point is that I am happy to see that men's issues are being finally addressed. The next thing that I think that they need to focus on is the idea of domestic policy, and stick with domestic policy. Republicans are great when it comes to domestic policy. They're great on guns. They're great on abortion. They're fantastic when it comes to taxes, especially for the working class. And corporate taxes, and reducing corporate taxes, was one of the best things they did in my lifetime. And trying to switch revenue over to tariffs to equalize the playing field was also a phenomenal idea. So point 2 would be to focus on domestic policies over foreign policies. I think that would be a major victory for them. And then if you wanted like a third part plan, it would be focusing on incentives for the birth rate. That's the crisis of our time.
Family. Yeah.
Well, not just family. It has to be the only way to really re-incentivize the birth rate going back up. You're not going to be able to just subsidize it. You're not going to be able to just give people money and they're going to have more kids. Other nations have tried this time and time again. What you have to do is you have to propagandize from the top down, meaning you have to get rid of all the alternative family propaganda. And instead, when you're driving down the street, there should be government billboards that say, mom, dad, but, remember to love your mom and dad. It just shows them like holding the hand of their kid. You know what I mean? Remember that your nation needs you. Remember that the family's the backbone of America. Remember the family. Remember, just over and over and over again, this should be reinforced. When you were a kid, did you do the Pledge of Allegiance?
Sure.
Yeah, and you remember it by heart, right? Now, that was propaganda. That's pure propaganda. 100%. Whether you like it or not, that's what that was. You're pledging your allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, right? And everybody else, they're an evil communist bastard who's here to infiltrate and destroy us. But that propaganda is necessary. And if you have family-based propaganda, you would start to see the birth rate skyrocket again. If that became trendy again, having families came with the respect that it deserves. If you're a father, that should be a respected role. And if you're a mother, that should be a highly respected role, right? These are the women should be able to get more validation through motherhood than they do showing their tits online. And so focusing on those things as being the values of America and the virtues of America would turn that entire situation around. But it would necessarily piss off a lot of women. And the Republicans and right need to be ready to piss a lot of women off.
Yeah. No, 100%. And this is one of the things I tell people all the time. Like, if you're not indoctrinating your kids, and this goes with your wife too, and everybody around you, you're not indoctrinating your kids, somebody else is. And we do need a lot more pro-American propaganda. I got a lot of people complained about the 250th, Freedom 250 MMA event on the White House. But I got to tell you, man, that freaking was nostalgic. And a lot of this propaganda that we're getting online and a lot of the problems that we're facing today, like the antidote to that is patriotism. Like, we forgot what it was like to be proud of this country. And we're pretty much the same age. We grew up in the 80s. Like, man, we just flew American flags everywhere. We had Ronald Reagan. We were like, screw the commies. We won the Cold War. That has been lost. And that's why people are more susceptible to, they've been tricked into believing like this country's founded on evil. It's been founded on slavery. It's been founded on this. And all the like we falsely equate what America is to the rest of the garbage in the world. And by the way, folks, it is. Like, I've been all over the world. I'm telling you right now, this is the best country on the planet Earth, period. Even with our current problems, we need to make America great again. But we definitely have, the best country that's ever existed by a long shot. We don't want to lose it.
Well, I think that there's some truth there. I also think that, from my view, my worldview, God created a specific set, an ethical set for us to follow for a reason. And when he told us to get married and multiply, he wasn't funning, right? This is part of the dynamic of human nature that leads to maximum fulfillment. And the family unit, which is designed around a father and a mother. Now, having grandparents involved, all of this is great, right? All of that's good. But the basic idea, the basic function of you need to have a dad and you need to have a mom.
Yeah.
And that should be the focus. Your parents should have complete and total autonomy over you until you reach your majority. And always traditionally, that's what happened. Traditions are basically appealing to systems that worked. For thousands of years, it was the case that parents held a lot of sway over their kids' lives until they reached a majority, a certain age, or they had completed some task which was necessary for them to then be kind of declared an adult, a man, a woman, whatever. And so those types of systems are now gone. And the idea has been replaced with alternative families, displaced families, the various ideas that the family unit and structure is negotiable. It's now negotiable. Well, it's never been negotiable. You need your father and you need your mother. Those are two things that aren't actually negotiable. It's cutting one whole side out of a person. When I remember growing up, I had a different dynamic because my dad had to stay home because he's very sick and my mom worked. But that did change where it was the other way around. As my dad got a bit better and they made advancements in technology that kept his multiple sclerosis under control. But when I look at even the dynamic there in the teenage years, having both of them was really necessary for various reasons. The various things that I was going through when I was reaching the age of maturity. I would never try to get rid of any of those experiences. And when you look back in your life, it's probably the same. Without that, you have actual difficulties because you don't understand how to interact with the world properly. You have to have that dynamic, and that dynamic is not being reinforced properly. And it does decimate the birth rate as well because there's no honor that comes with it. If a woman has 7 children now, she's not honored for it. She's called a breeder. They call her a breeder. The antinatalists come out and shame her. They say, what are you, a baby-making factory? What are you, a disgusting degenerate that you're just going to sit at home and make babies all day? You've ruined your life. Think about all the other things you could have done, as though there's anything more important a woman could ever do. And the only thing that they can do that a man's not able to is give birth. That's the highest virtue a woman can do, is have a child, especially with her husband. It's the highest virtue. And so achieving that virtue is something society should be reinforcing. If a woman has 12 kids, their neighbors should stop by and ask them, hey, ma'am, do you need anything? Boy, it's got to be kind of rough over here. You have that many kids. But they see it as a dynamic, as part of the whole. We need this, right? This is necessary for our people group to survive and continue and to thrive. And that actually, a couple hundred years ago, was the standard kind of MO. That's how things worked. No longer. Now they're shamed out of existence for doing something like that. Or they're told to wait until their 30s, when they're out of their childbearing years, to even start having kids, which is equally insane. Imagine a system which promotes that you should take the best years of childbirth as a woman and devote them to college and then career, and then have kids later after college and career, knowing that it's going to do way more damage to your body and you're going to have less children. That's actually a really stupid, counterintuitive system, isn't it? Imagine a system so stupid that it says, when you're 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, your prime years where your body rebounds from childbirth lightning quick, and you have the least amount of complications, the healthiest children which are possible, You're going to sacrifice those years to go to an educational institute where, generally speaking, all that happens is you rack up higher body counts, right? You end up in the promiscuous sex and things like this. That's backwards. That's literally backwards land, and that's another thing that the right has to address. But I consider that part of men's issues. Part of men's issues is the idea that the federal government has been promoting and subsidizing that young marriageable women, instead of promoting that they should find a husband and begin the process of family making, that they go and sacrifice all of their greatest years for doing that in a college. That's like backwards for civilization building, right? But if you tell people this, they think, well, you're a control freak. You just want women to be chained at home in a stove, things like this. But are we just forgetting how civilizations work? I don't understand that.
They're sold on this idea of independence, right? You need to be independent before you can go out and find a man. And look, as you stated, I mean, this is biblical, folks. Like, we're not made to be independent, not as men, not as women. We're codependent. And yes, the man is obviously supposed to lead the family and be the breadwinner, all of those things. But the other thing that we've been sold on is trading family for materialism. That's what drives a lot of this stuff. I had a conversation, very like-minded, someone that I feel is very like-minded when it comes to family, religion, and everything else. And he's like, I was telling the story of how when I was in the military, making like 50 grand a year, barely anything. Like, my wife still stayed at home, took care of our kids, and we just lived different. And we just lived more frugal. We didn't get to go out all the time.
Yeah, you cut out everything. I didn't take a vacation ever. That was not a thing we did.
What we did for fun was go to Barnes and Noble on the weekend, splurge on a cup of coffee, and then like go over there and just like read all the magazines. Like, those were the best years, to be honest with you.
We would get a pizza. That's what we would do. It would be Friday night, and we would get either PF Chang's, because that was ridiculously expensive. We considered that luxury food. Or if it was a tougher week, we would get a pizza, and then we would rent something. That was our big splurging. You know what I mean?
And you probably were closer as a couple back then. And, those were the good old days, right? And now it's like, I was having this conversation. I explained this to him. He's like, yeah, I just can't do that. Like, I want my wife to be able to stay home, but we have to pay for these cars. We have to pay for child care. I'm like, you can do it. Like, yeah, your lifestyle is going to change dramatically, but you can do it. And that's one of the things too. And this is not to go into, the affordability discussion. It's not. But the fact is, when we talk about how back in the 50s, 60s, 70s, and 80s, it was viable to have this one parent or one income, right? And when we look back at those days, did every single household have like 10 different freaking $1,500 electronic devices, 2 cars? Like, my parents had 1 car, like for a really long time. Like, life was a lot simpler. Houses cost less. I mean, just, even going back with inflation, just the house, you had a lot less amenities in the house. You had a lot less electronics. All the expenses, all the things that we consider norms and must-haves now, like, we've forsaken the family and we've forsaken the idea of having extra kids, really, for materialism when it comes down to it.
Yeah, I think materialism, and I talk about this often. I think that materialism is not just a condition of the idea of wants. Materialism is a spiritual condition. The condition, the way that it comes about is when you're talking about fulfillment, religion is the ultimate fulfillment for people. The idea, if you were to go back, for instance, and you look at how people lived in 12, 13, 14, 1500 in Europe, or even in Japan, and some of the Asian nations, one of the reasons that religion was so prominent was specifically because life is misery. And because life is misery, don't worry about it though, guys, because when it's over, you go to paradise. I mean, that was the big promise. And that was how Christianity actually was able to endure for so long, is because there was the kind of abject state of misery for most people. Most people lived in that type of state. It was backbreaking work. It wasn't particularly fun until you got into lords and hierarchical structures that made more sense, being at the bottom of the rung of society was a very bad place to be, and most people were there. And that's what religion did, is it gave you that fulfillment of, how do I have purpose in this life of kind of overwhelming misery, where there is no refrigerator with food. Everything is a task and labor. There's no lazy days, right? That's not how people were able to live. But you fast forward now, and you find that the fulfillment happens the opposite direction. Well, now everything's a convenience. You can have groceries delivered right to your front door. I do it all the time. You can have food delivered right to you, specific to your particular tastes. I don't like that type of tomato. I'll get a different kind. I don't want that kind of egg. I want it scrambled. I want it prepared this way. We're all nobles. It's a whole nation full of nobility. And we all get everything tailored and pampered exactly how we want it. But that creates a different set of conditions for fulfillment. Well, now what happens if everything that's material is at your fingertips, right? It turns out that the only way to fulfill that empty, gaping hole that's still there is the same exact thing as it was before: religion. And absent that, there is ultimately not much in the way of fulfillment for people. Atheists and secularists will often say, well, you need to have a life which is driven specifically by reason and rationality, and there's no room for faith. You find your own purpose. But that's never really been true. People always move towards ideals, virtues, greater schemes than themselves to give themselves purpose. And that's where religion comes in, and specifically Christianity. So I think that the answer to both has always been the same. The answer to materialism is Christianity, and the answer to having not enough material has been Christianity. It fits in both paradigms.
Yeah, I mean, everybody has a God, right? And quite frankly, everybody has a religion. And unfortunately, that's what we get into when we get into leftism. I mean, these people are religious diehards. And it's actually what I see, I say it, I'm sure you do too. What's going on with Candace is genuinely a cult. Faith is the idea that we believe in something without evidence. They take it a step further, and they believe in things in spite of evidence, clear evidence against it. So it's even more radical. And, the left, where we're talking about communism, socialism, no matter how many examples that you give them that it doesn't work, they think it will. They just got to do it a little bit better.
One of the major, the cult thing is like, it's always a thing where you call, it's a cult. This is a cult. That's a cult. On the cult thing, I think I've even used the language myself, but I was thinking about this the other night. I was going back over, what really makes a cult versus an organized religion. And you know what the major key is removal from your family. So the idea is like, you need to remove yourself from family and from friends, and instead devote yourself to this. The interesting paradigm there is, I think that you can actually give really good proof that this perhaps is a cult. I've been going through and looking, and oftentimes this is what they say. This person's divisive. This person believes this. You need to stay away from people who believe this particular thing. Now, I don't actually see the posts that are specific, and they're like, well, if your dad believes that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk, you should ditch him. I don't see it specific to that. It's a bit more
I don't
invasive.
think you need that.
I don't think you do either. I think it's invasive. And I think that it's innuendo. But I do think that there is a component there of separation. And what you'll see, I think that the cult of personality exists for all streamers who are live, right, and who are in the main street.
Sure.
But the cult of personality is different. For instance, I'll always be telling my chat, like, you should always put your family first. You should always put your finances before anything else. You should always put you ahead of anything else, especially not sending, if you're down to your last couple of bucks, you shouldn't send it into a live streamer. That's for sure. You should be taking care of you and yours. But I think that separation from family and idea, I think that there's an implication there as it becomes the ultimate us versus them. And so I do think that you can begin to attribute those cult-like qualities, but I'm not sure that I can call it specifically a cult yet.
Oh, I'm there. And I am very careful with, I try not to throw that word around. I can't tell you how many people I've talked to. They're like, Gary, like, me and my husband are about to divorce over this. Where there is this dynamic between children and parents over this specifically. And the same thing that you have happening with, back when we had COVID and the fringe elements of the left. Like, you get into some very cultish that are clear. It meets every definition of a cult. And I do think that what we see here with Candace and this whole conspiracy issue, I think we have crossed that boundary by some margin.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm going to have to. I think I've used the language myself, but in reflection of it, I'm not sure that I'm willing to call it a legitimate cult just yet. I'm going to have to think about it a little bit longer because there are some criteria that I think is missing there. I do think that it's a cult of personality, but I also think that you and I both have a cult of personality.
Sure.
And I think that that's okay. And I don't think that when we say cult of personality, we mean actual cult. But the question here is, like, even if it's not, let's just say we're applying the language incorrectly, there's still huge problems here. There's huge logical issues. There's huge problems in the way that we want people to think about issues themselves. It runs contrary to how we even want people to think about things, because it removes reason and rationality for feelings. The entire debate that I had with Candace Owens, the entirety of it came down to how she feels. I feel this way. This is about my feelings. I feel this. I feel that. Very little of it had anything to do with any substance. It had almost nothing at all to do with any tangible evidence. It had nothing to do with positive evidence, most definitely. But she just really had nothing absent feelings. That, I think, alone is enough to point out and say, this has to stop if it has this kind of influence. I don't even think that a cult is even necessary to apply to it. It's so bad on its own. Just the ideas themselves are so terrible and awful. I'm not even sure you have to apply the cult label ultimately.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. I don't care what you call it. It's a real detriment to our society. Just, again, it is. I agree with you. It is ultimately a small percentage of the population, but it is disheartening, to say the least, to see how many people are falling for this, without a doubt. Let's hit a few super chats. Some of these got some questions and comments towards you. Hey, Gary and Andrew. Hi, Smokey Bad Man. Stop sneaking into
people's houses. Yeah, I know I'm terrible like that. Always sneaking Gerald into people's houses. Stop sneaking into the house I demand you come to. Stop it. What are you doing? I demand that you bring 4 complete strangers into my home. How dare you bring 4 complete strangers into my home? By the way, complicit in what? Well, what Owen said, interestingly enough, for complicit was just that Erica Kirk believed Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk. That's it. That's what she claimed she meant by complicit. It was one of the most disingenuous answers, and one of the things I get the most DMs on from people who went, wait a second. When she said that, I knew that this whole thing was BS. All I meant by complicit was that you believe this thing. That's it. Yeah, straight to jail. That was a Monopoly reference, bro. Straight to jail was a Monopoly reference. Did you know that, Gary?
I've never heard it used in that context. But yeah, she's trying to frame it as she's just complicit in pushing the official narrative. Like, get out of here. And I'm sure you've seen it. And I saw Andrew play portions of that today. But, there's a long list of clips of her saying that she's complicit, that TPUSA is complicit. As a matter of fact, if we go back to the famous Pierce Morgan, she said it there, that Erica Kirk and TPUSA are complicit, and then 5 minutes later, she's like, I didn't say that. No, that's what you did. But, what I thought was one of the biggest, besides getting her to the table, and yes, completely, I almost said getting her naked, that's not the right thing to say, but basically completely exposing her for the fact that she has no evidence, no real reason or logic to back up what she says. The other thing that you did was you showed a contrast of what she'll say in front of a camera with nobody there in front of her, and how she has walked everything back when you have somebody in front of her that is going to challenge her on a single thing.
Yeah, the second that you question is the second that she walks back. Interestingly enough, with her, this was actually very easy to do. because she contradicts herself every 5 seconds. She's a contradiction machine. I said this in my closing statement. You contradict yourself over and over and over and over and over. And many of the ways that she contradicts herself is simply by asserting that, wait, I meant something completely different from this than the actual context that I meant it in. And one of the things, like the Monopoly thing, that was terrible. No, this was a Monopoly reference. Like the do not pass go, do not collect $200. Well, that reference is used that way. Do not collect, do not pass go, do not collect $200. It's never straight to jail. You need to go straight to jail. Straight to jail. What? What are you talking about? Because you're complicit. That's a Monopoly reference. How does that reference Monopoly? Like that? What are you talking about? But these people, they have nothing coherent. The main thing to point out here was, and Owen Smith picked this up. He's a logician, and he was like, okay, wait a second. When Andrew asked you, how do you utilize your inductive reasoning to get to this? Meaning, when I go through step by step, when I say, like I use the example with her, if you're late to work, your work is 20 minutes away, and you need to be there in 5 minutes, you can inductively reason out that you're going to be late, right? That's like inductive reasoning. That's how that would work.
Mm-hmm.
When I explained that to her, she actually seemed baffled. When I asked her, can you utilize that type of reasoning to explain how you get to Israel or France or, these people killed Charlie Kirk? And the answer is no. There is no inductive reasoning that would lead to that. There needs to be, if it's true, then this and that or this, right? All of that needs to work in unison for you to have an inductively reasoned position. She didn't have any. And that is actually the worst. It doesn't even matter. Like the evidence, as bad as that is, the real key to that, the thing that people will intuitively pick up on is the inductions themselves make no sense. She's not using deductive reason, just inductive reasoning.
Yeah, to get from A to C, you need a B, and she doesn't think that B is even needed. Like, do you think, and I go back and forth on Candace on this, and again, some of this is trying to see what's inside that head. Do you think that's just genuinely who she is, or do you think she's just plain stupid, or that's just how her mind works? Like, do you think she's being sincere when she's saying
Nick
these
Fuentes
things?
said this best. He said, I genuinely just kind of thought she was dumb. That's what Fuentes thought. Interestingly enough, I left with the exact same outlook. I was like, she just is kind of stupid. She doesn't even understand what she's saying half the time. If she's in front of a camera monologuing and she has a script in front of her, she seems fine. But when she's actually talking to another human being and they ask her these pointed questions, hey, how do you inductively reason these things out? How is it that we get to these things? For instance, even in the debate negotiations, I explained to her, the whole purpose of this for me is to cross-examine these views that you've been espousing absent the case. These are views that you're putting out there. They are in relation to the case, right? But if all you were ever doing was just questioning whether or not you thought the state had good, compelling evidence against Tyler Robinson, nobody would care. Who would care about that? That's not even a big deal. There's tons of people even people who think he did it are going to have various views on the state's evidence and how compelling it is. That's not even a problem. The problem is when you move into, well, Israel, along with France and TPUSA and Erica Kirk, they conspired. There's a big conspiracy. Why is it? I don't believe the official narrative, the quote Fed slop. There's no way he got shot. There's no way that this happened. This is impossible. Those are all claims you're making in regards to this actual case itself. Her big demand was, you have to come defend the state's narrative. And it's like, that really has no bearing on anything ultimately. But she doesn't even understand basic debate. It's like, the critique here was never about whether or not you questioned or anybody questioned whether or not the state had a good enough case against Tyler Robinson. If that was all people were doing, who would care? That's not what they're doing. And it's just sort of like playing pretend. They just play pretend like, no, we're not really making claims. It's like, yes, you're making claims over and over and over and over. You have nothing to back them up. It's total sensationalism using no inductive reasoning. And the problem is that this affects real people, and you're just kind of pretending that it doesn't. And that was always what the intention was. And I always made it very clear that that was the intention. But I didn't care. I was like, fine, you want me to agree to another positive prompt? Sure. I don't care. I'll do it. But you only have your hour and a half to question me on that. And she did a poor job even questioning me on the debate prompt that she had for the state's evidence. I had to correct her multiple times. So I just really got the impression that she wasn't a particularly bright lady.
Well, if it wasn't for you, she'd still be to this day saying that Lance's DNA was on the Lance's DNA was on the rifle.
That should tell you something too. That exchange was particularly interesting. So in that
That
exchange,
in the text messages,
I said the DNA itself was not on the rifle, right? She said, well, we can't conclusively prove that it was. And I said, right. So then as of right now, as far as the evidence shows, it wasn't. Well, we can't conclusively prove that it was. Well, okay, so right. So then using an evidentiary standard, right now we have no reason to claim it was, right? Well, and it was the same. She just never got it.
She has no inductive or deductive reasoning either, because just like you said, like they talked about Lance's DNA that was on the towel. They talked about the percentages. They talked about the fact that Tyler's was the majority contributor on that. The same thing with the screwdriver. When we get to the DNA on the rifle, Lance is never mentioned. The defense never brings him up. And obviously the prosecutors never bring it up. They do bring up his father's name.
Well, also that was the point she ceded the debate and I was kind of hoping she would go down that road, and I couldn't believe she did. But when she did, I just said, well, isn't there 100 other just as plausible explanations for that discrepancy than guys, I'll just grant the discrepancy, right? I'll just grant the argument. I don't care. But isn't there another 100 possible explanations that are just as viable? Yes. Yes? Yes. Okay, well then if that's the case, why should we believe that Robinson was a patsy? Well, I'm not saying you need to believe he was a patsy. It's like, well then that's the end of the debate, right? The whole end of your debate is that he's a federal patsy. So I just did not get the impression that she was particularly skilled at debate at all. And I wasn't even in a position where I could go hard. You know what I mean? I had to really play this a different way than I normally would. And I still I was just not impressed at all. She herself would defeat her own arguments with just a couple of questions.
Andrew, would love to hear if you have any positive thoughts about Candace after the debate.
Oh, sure.
The interview.
Sure, of course. Yeah, there's tons of positive thoughts. She was very nice to us when we were there. I didn't eat any of the baked goods, but some members of the team did. They said that they were quite good. She did seem to be very accommodating. I'm not sure if that's because, PBD was there or what. But, we shook hands and left. I didn't have any bad blood. I told her even when it was done, I don't hold grudges. My goal is just like yours to get to the truth, and I just think that what you're saying is not factual. So yeah, there's positive things that I can say. She did not give me the same respect at all, even though me and my entire team did not speak ill of her at all or how we were treated. The very first thing she did was complain about all of our behavior, which, by the way, was fine. Our behavior there was absolutely fine. We didn't do anything, ill regard to her. But once she makes a claim, she'll double down on it for life. So if she says that our behavior was bad, she's never going to back away from that claim.
Yeah, regardless of how smart she is savvy. Like she is savvy, and she knows how to manipulate her audience. There's no doubt about that. And you got to give her credit, because she did create a whole new genre of entertainment. It's like this murder mystery, choose your own adventure. You get to participate. You're deputized. Now fill up my tip box. Like that is a whole amalgamation of different. It's like soap opera, true crime, Jerry Springer, but you get to be part of the investigation.
It was actually the inventor of that was a gentleman named Art Bell. Do you remember Art Bell with Coast to Coast?
Coast to Coast Radio.
Yeah. So Art Bell.
George Morey later on.
Yeah, he actually invented that particular genre. And they would do this around murders as well, but they focused mostly on the supernatural. And the supernatural, but it was the same thing. You're part of the investigation, this and that. But Art Bell had a completely different way that he viewed the world. He was not ever trying to hurt anybody. He was never trying to destroy anybody. He understood that he was focusing on something which was entertaining. And yes, he did want his audience to be involved in the Bigfoot investigation and the alien investigation and things like this. But he was never moving towards the ideas of like crush all opposition. It's fine to do, horrible things. He wasn't that way. But I would say that he actually invented that genre first.
He definitely wasn't malicious, and she clearly is.
Right.
One of the things, it's one thing to claim that Erica Kirk, participated, knew about, was complicit in the murder of Charlie Kirk, but that wasn't enough. What she had to go further, and I was hoping that you would bring it up. I know why you didn't.
You see how, hang on, I'm sorry to cut you off, but
no,
this is why I always try to get rid of women in my chat. This woman's like, I listen to Art Bell sometimes. Art Bell's been dead for years. It's like
George Norrie took his place, and I think
pretty sure you don't listen to Art Bell, unless you're just saying reruns.
She's watching reruns from 1996.
Art Bell.
Art
Bell
Mappin
hasn't been around for a long time.
Who are you to say this, Andrew? John Mappin is still talking to Charlie Kirk. Speaking of the Epstein class. But, it wasn't enough to say that Erica Kirk killed her husband. She had to go on and imply, defame through implication, that Erica Kirk was guilty of child sex trafficking as well. And I was hoping that you had come up with strategy to really nail her down. But again, that is another one of those areas where she's very ambiguous. It's a lot of implication, a lot of insinuation. And I'm assuming that's why you didn't go there, but man, that's one of the things that really does infuriate me with all this. Somebody that I have no dog in the fight other than I'm just appalled by what's taking place.
Right. Yeah, I understand. You look at cruelty for cruelty's sake is repellent to people. There's a specific reason, though, why I think that diving into those claims doesn't do much, because you're beginning to dive into the idea of feelings and speculation. And so if you begin to grant, I have a feeling that this is a bad person or something like this, and you have to grant some of that, I think that those are better claims stayed away from, ultimately. Yeah. And I would rather focus on the fact-based claims that you're making and demonstrate that there was never any evidence for those. Mm-hmm. The rest of it seems like it naturally follows.
Yeah. Came from Artie Trolls. Just wanted to say I enjoyed watching Andrew Wilson destroy Candace in the debate. Seeing her cope is crack up.
Yeah, these people have gone. They're just going ballistic.
You didn't know the 7 charges, Andrew.
Yeah, well, neither did she. Actually, she got them wrong, and then she delayed for a long time. But even then, I'll still grant that that's the only W she took in the debate, and I'll even take that as an L. I think that that's fine. You're going to lose points in the debate, but if you lose 20 points and I lose 1 point, I'll take it.
Yeah, agreed. Thanks, gentlemen. Here's some shekels. I'm just stocked up on shekels. I got to be honest with you. Ashton. Great conversation. Andrew had asked introspective questions. I judged him incorrectly.
Yeah, you were a dick, Ashton.
He was a dick.
You were a dick.
He's a good dude.
For no good reason, you were a dick.
He's a good dude. Glad you're back. Never lose your integrity. It's worth so much more than money. Thank you very much, Susan. I was on vacation there I was texting you here and there while I was out at the beach. CJ, thank you very much, buddy. Huge contributor to the channel in many different ways. Real Daniel McCoy, Crucible Crew here, following you now. Could you verbally put Heavy Duty Country in his place? He has gone full simp mode for Candace and her batshit crazy mindset. He's embarrassing us men. N1SB, I don't know what N1SB is.
It means not one step back.
There you go. Heavy Duty Country, and as well as Valhalla VFT. I've taken Valhalla VFT. I don't have time to pay attention to Heavy Duty Country. I think he's irrelevant at the end of the day. I know he has a pretty big following. Now, Nate, I have a real issue with, and he just came out right before I was going on vacation and came out with this big challenge, wants me to go down and fight him. Here's my challenge to you, Nate. Just start telling the truth. Just start telling the truth. You know as well as I do, you've lied multiple times. And then you went on and said that I don't have any combat awards. I have multiple combat awards, clown, like including the Bronze Star. So as far as these other people, I try to stay focused on Candace and a couple other ones that I think are causing the most harm. And that's where I'm at with that. I don't have time to watch his content and figure out all the things that he's lying. Like, you don't have to. You know what they're going to say. They're saying the same shit that everybody else is saying. It's like, it's cop.
Sorry, major Final Fantasy VII cutscene.
You seeing this? Since the plant went offline, the whole place has been filling up with Mako. Which means the planet ain't done. We were right to take out those reactors.
I wouldn't go that far. Let's get to work. Too much Mako here.
What is it?
That's a round to go!
Shit, how did they? You told them, didn't you?
What? It must be me! I swear!
I'm assuming this is going to be a boss battle.
Well, Mako attracts all kinds. Gnats and vermin included.
Scarlet!
Thank goodness I had the foresight to bring some exterminators.
All right, sorry. Cutscene. I'm on chapter 9 of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, and it's significantly longer than Remake. Remake's like a clear shot towards the end. You can basically just run straight practically. And it took me like 58 hours to beat or so. But I'm already 63 hours into this one, and I've got like I think there's 14 chapters, so I got some more time. Probably another 40 hours of playtime. Game's getting exhausting though. All right, back to
As far as these other people, I try to stay focused on Candace and a couple other ones that I think are causing the most harm. And that's where I'm at with that. I don't have time to watch his content and figure out all the things that he's lying. Like, you don't have to. You know what they're going to say. They're saying the same shit that everybody else is saying. It's like, it's copy and paste. And that's what's crazy about this. This is why this has turned into like the conspiracy gold rush. Is like, a lot of people have realized all they got to do is say the same thing Candace says, back it up, try to put a little bit of credibility behind it. And then they're going to get millions of views. And, you know, that's the way this works. It's not that hard. If you want to become a YouTuber and you don't care about your credibility and you don't care about any sort of integrity, man, now's the time to do it. You can do it well. Gary, super important. Send some clips to Obscure Mod to send to you. Please send to Andrew. They'll help tie together the thread that he's tugging at with Candace, especially the white t-shirt one. MTX, I'll take a look at what you got. Just like Andrew, I get sent, I can't tell you my DMs. I can't tell you my text messages. Right now I have 319 missed text messages, and I just cleared them out like 4 days ago. No joke, when I got back from vacation. So I hear what you're saying. I'll take a look at it. If it's super compelling and something I haven't seen before, I'll shoot it to Andrew, and he can put it in his pile of stuff that is also piling up. But I appreciate that. I do. I don't mean to sound like a jerk. Evo, thank you for becoming a YouTube member. I spent 200 to be proven wrong. You suck, Andrew. Just joking. Thank you very much, Patriot Lady. We love you. Zach Costello, what's up, fellow? Andrew, question. You mentioned being 75% or so convinced that TR killed Charlie Kirk. What specifically caused that 25% or so doubt in this case?
Well, first of all, I said 75, 85%. That's one.
No, you get the lowest amount. We're going to
Yeah.
stick to the lowest amount.
Always though with the framing. But let's just take it at the 75%. So there are some things that I think do have discrepancies that I would want buttoned up that I think we'll find out in the trial. One discrepancy is perhaps the timestamps on the Discord messages. I think that that's a fair discrepancy that you can look at. And there's a couple of other ones as well. But I do think that the evidence is by far in favor of the idea that that Kirk was murdered by Robinson. I think that the essentially, when I say overwhelming, and I said this in the debate, I just mean that which is very convincing, and I'm very convinced by the evidence. And I think that these are just minor discrepancies. But even at 85%, by the way, when you're talking about reasonable doubt, people seem to think that reasonable doubt means unequivocal proof. It doesn't mean that, and it's never mean that. That's an impossible standard. I don't think, well, I guess you could say that until we get to the trial, you got to give the guy the benefit of the doubt, because that's just how the legal system works. But I think that there's a lot of evidence in this case against him, at least so far.
There is zero exculpatory evidence, and it's so unreasonable of you, Andrew, that you would not go straight to 100 before he had a trial. That's very unreasonable.
I'm not even sure that in most cases of murder, even when you're talking about reasonable doubt, that the jurors go, "I'm 100% convinced." That's
Sure.
an insane standard.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, like, you know, the funny thing is like, we have this very cohesive narrative, the official narrative, that has a lot of cohesive, redundant evidence, physical evidence, testimony.
Well, can I ask this question back to Zach, though, now that I've given you the answer, Zach? When Candace said 0%, and then later on claimed that if new evidence came out, she would change her opinion, how do you reconcile that contradiction? How can you state 0%? In other words, Zach, let me give you, let me explain this to you. There is a not 0% chance that you could walk out front of your house and turn into a pig right now, or a crow, and fly off. That is not a 0% chance. Just so you understand what you're actually saying when you say 0%, it is not a 0% chance that you could jump off of a building, turn into a balloon, and float off. That's not a 0% chance. Yet she said a 0% chance, and then later said if there was evidence that just is irrefutable, that she would then change her mind. How do you reconcile that contradiction exactly? That's a contradictory statement. Or perhaps it's just charitable to her, but never charitable towards the evil Smoky Man.
The evil Smoky Man. Yeah, I don't know. Hindsight, how do you feel about the outcome of 300K spent? We thought we would get answers, kind of bummed, but it was worth it to spread her lies to the world.
Why did you think you would get answers? What answers did you think you were going to get? She doesn't have any answers to give you, bro. That was the whole point of the debate. And as far as 300K, it's 300K well spent. 100% for 300K well spent. I'd do it again in a heartbeat.
Well, I think PBD said it best. And he said, you know, Andrew, he also said Andrew was the biggest winner here. He got at least 200 million views when it's all said and done. And that was over a week ago, or, you know, several days ago. So it's even more now. So when it comes to, he's like, he got probably, you know, several $1 million at a minimum just in advertising. And I think that was, but most importantly, I look, that debate was not for your audience. No. That debate, just like
that debate is going to age like fine wine.
100%.
And what PBD actually said was I got about $200 million in free advertising exposure. That's true. And the truth of the matter is that I didn't care how I was going to get into the room and expose that she had no evidence for any of the things that she ever said. I just knew I needed to get in there. Yeah. Originally, when she had upped it to 500K, I was like, fine, I'll do 500K. I would have done $500,000 just to prove that that's the case. And let me explain why. I'll explain my entire thought process for you. The idea here is that for the internet, for me, the internet's still fun. I still have a lot of fun on here. And I have a lot of fun with the chat. And I have a lot of fun with my audience and this type of thing. The major issue that came up is that I was challenged by somebody who I have some respect for, who was a longtime audience member from the very beginning of the Crucible, who said, I disagree with you on this issue. You always claim you need to falsify your own position first. So why don't you do that? Why don't you falsify your own position first? And I said, okay, that's fair. So I said about
this issue?
Yeah. So I said about trying to falsify my own claims. and I couldn't. I couldn't actually falsify them. In fact, everything led towards the opposite of this, that anytime I would try to create a falsification, there was too many good answers against the falsification. So that's what you do. If you want to know if something's true or false, you try to falsify it. And if you can't, it's usually true. But for me, getting that answer was extremely important to me. Obviously, the death of Charlie Kirk, I think, should be taken seriously. And the reason I think it should be taken seriously as a public safety issue is because I think that the left is going to kill more people. And I think that the idea that we're just going to pretend that when they do, that it's the evil Zog machine that's doing it is not only counterproductive, but puts conservative lives at risk. And so I think that that is money well spent, and protecting people who are going to be public speakers from getting murdered. And then when they're murdered by a leftist lunatic, their friends and their families and their people are the people who get run through the ringer instead of the left, who put the shooter up to it to begin with. So I consider it a great public service that I did. And, I put my money where my mouth is. I've never shirked away from doing that.
Well, speaking of falsifying your own claims, that's what I was saying earlier. Is like we have this cohesive narrative, we have all this cohesive, redundant evidence, and they want to interject these other theories that create, number one, are just bizarre and dumb. But on top of that, they actually create, they're not cohesive. They're incoherent, and they disrupt everything along. Like you can't even come up with a consistent from here's what happened to the beginning. It's like, we're going to throw in this exploding mic to sort of explain some of these things over here. Okay, well, there was no explosion, there was no sound, there was no smoke, there was no flash. Okay, and then who set that up? Well, I guess it's one of his sound guys. Okay, well, where did that come from? Why was there a gunshot? We know that there was a supersonic event that was recorded on audio. Like, how do you explain?
But that's the intention.
Yeah.
The exact term for this, hang on a second, I'll pull it up. It's I think it's called apophenia. It means perceiving meaningful patterns or connections between things that actually are unrelated or only coincidentally related. It's common in conspiratorial thinking. So the thing that's interesting here is that you'll hear this a lot, right? I have questions, and the questions lead to more questions, and the questions lead to more questions, and it's just endless questions, right? Endlessly linking unrelated things or tangential things or stupid things or things that make no sense, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But that leaves it open-ended. In this way, you can endlessly run down a rabbit hole that has no end because it becomes a fractal. You can never solve a fractal. It just reduces and reduces and reduces infinitely. And that's what what this becomes. It becomes a fractal of endless questions. It just endlessly reduces and reduces and reduces, but it's just always the next question, next question, next question. And that's part of what the driving force is. And the fun part of a conspiracy is just that. I'm sure that there's times where you've had talks with your friends over beers about aliens, about extraterrestrial life, and you start going down the rabbit hole and you go, man, you know what's interesting about that is blah. And the other guy's like, yeah, and you know what else that means? Blah. And then you can just endlessly go. The problem is you can't deal in reality that way because there are actual facts, and those particular facts are usually what leads us to sets of conclusions that at least make sense on their face. And so our entire justice system is set up that way, and the way that we actually view logic and reason is set up that way too. Question has answer. You have enough answers, you're able to put enough of it together. You don't need to know everything. But you can endlessly detail anything. You can take a picture, just a single picture, and you can ask endless questions about it. Where did the stock on that rifle come from? Was the bolt always bent? Is it true that the coloration's always that way, right? But people don't think in those terms, do they? They just take the whole of the picture and they go, well, this is a guy in a green shirt who has a gun wall, and that looks pretty cool. That's enough of a question and enough of an answer for most people, right? But these people will just kind of endlessly do this reductionist thing that leads nowhere.
Yeah. No, and they also, number one, they just refuse to see evidence. That's the other thing. Is like these people can spot a freaking artifact in it, like one pixel, like, oh, that's a bullet. That's a bullet. But as soon as you show them something like this, it's like, look, there's this rigid thing that he's climbing off the roof with that's clearly defying gravity, and he's not a magician. Like, I don't see it. I don't see it. I don't know what you're talking about. I can't see that at all.
Doesn't exist.
Doesn't exist. Like, I don't know what he's doing. It's pretty wild. Retired 10th group support here, Jungle F, over the Crucible. Wanted to show my respect for what you have done and continue to do. Running signal alongside of the team guys like you was very humbling life experience. Down with the left, not one step back. There you go.
Yeah, that's longtime Crucible supporter Jungle F. His name is Jungle F because he has jungle fever, and he married himself a black woman, so he calls himself Jungle F. I think that's ironically hilarious. Great guy. He was in the military as well.
Yeah, there you go. He's a support guy. Hey, thanks for your service, buddy, and we appreciate that. Thank you. That was a big super tip. Now that Andrew said that, he definitely needs to get those videos. And one of them, she talks about how she wants TPUSA so smeared they feel like they're suffocating every time they walk into the room. Which again, we get into some of the stochastic terrorist tactics that she's used, like telling Erica Kirk, I got people in your building, which is like, dude, how her people can justify those things. But no, I'll take a look at it, MTX. Send it to me. Andrew, how would you define woke right?
I wouldn't define woke
That's a good
right.
question.
I don't believe that I've never thought that was a useful term.
It just helps the left. It's
James Lindsay,
thing.
he was the one who really pushed that term.
Yeah.
And I've tangled up with people who want to use it as
Like
I consider it to be a form of demonization of the right wing. I do think that it's perfectly acceptable to have legitimate grievances with Zionism and Israel, and I don't think that makes you woke right, and I don't think that makes you mini Hitler. I don't think it does any of those things. I think that the conflation also happens in this regard too, and I made this argument now famously with Misfit Patriot. The reason that woke doesn't fit the same way on the right as it does the left is because the left utilizes the idea of intersectionality and equity. So this quote woke right, they have like nothing in common with the woke left because they don't utilize the ideas of equity. It's a complete opposite ideology. So I've never found it particularly useful. I don't use the term, but I do understand what people are saying when they use it.
Yeah, I would say that Lindsay kind of defines it as an identity politics that the left did, that the right started adopting toward like white cisgender male.
But do you know why that's stupid though? It's because all politics are identity politics.
You're not wrong. But the problem with what he highlights in that is not that it's identity politics so much, is that they start taking on the politics of envy, greed, as opposed to, I don't know, something a little bit more positive, like you're talking about, like, hey, let's have a positive message for men. This is what masculinity should look like in the United States. This is what leadership looks like. But there is an element of, like, the Groypers, for instance. It's like, now I'm oppressed by the Jews. I'm oppressed by minorities. So I understand where he comes from. I don't think it's very descriptive of what we got going on. I think a lot of what we going on is just globalism repackaged for the right, but I digress.
I understand what you're saying, and I understand when people are making the similarity between identity politics and the oppressor oppressed. But I think when you look through that prism, if we go back to our founding fathers, were they woke right? They believe in the idea of the oppressor oppressed class. They were seeing themselves as the progressives. Wouldn't they consider, for instance, the King of England, wouldn't that be the trad right? That would be the traditionalists, right? King, country, that type of thing. They were the progressive kind of revolutionaries of their time. Would they be considered, woke left? I don't think so. And I don't think that you would consider the identity politics of King George, who felt like he was consistently being oppressed by these crazy colonists, to be woke right either. I just don't think it's particularly useful. I think all politics are identity politics at the end of the day. You can't separate the political from the identity. When you view politics, you view it from the lens of Christianity, because Christianity is part of your identity, right? You view it through those lenses because we can't make those disassociations properly. So IDPOL is all of politics. That's identity politics. Now, if you move over to how they distinguish between these things, there is legitimate grievances that you can have from an oppressor-oppressed class, right?
100%.
But it's how you view it. The left views everything through equity. If everything is not equitable, that's when you end up with an oppressor. In other words, we all need to be here, and if one person's here, they are an oppressor, whether they even like it or not. They're going to be oppressing you in some way. What you consider the woke right doesn't actually do that. What they say instead is that what makes this person an oppressor is because they're actually doing something bad to me, or what makes this group an oppressor is they're actually doing something bad to me. I don't actually consider that to be on par with what woke leftism is at all.
I think the knee-jerk reaction, and I have it to some extent too, is like the problem that we have with a lot of these groypers is, number one, some of their angst is misdirected, and the other part of it is it's like it does turn into like this grievance culture where you just get online and you bitch about things as opposed to coming up with the solutions. The difference between the woke right now, or what we consider our founding fathers, is they were like, okay, here's where we're oppressed, this is what we need to do, let's come up with a plan of action to solve this. First, we'll start off with diplomatic means. If that doesn't work, now we're going to a revolutionary war. And I think that would be the delineation.
I guess a little bit of pushback here. I tend to like a lot of grapers. There's a lot of them I don't like.
Sure.
But there's an awful lot of them that I like. I like Fuentes fine as well. There's a lot of them that I like, and I think that they make rational and reasoned arguments for the things they believe. And I did also think that I think there's two divisions. So when you're talking about groypers, you have the shit posting division, and their whole job for years was just to like push the buck, right? It was, you're telling us we can't talk about Hitler? That's all we're going to talk about. You're telling us we can't say the N-word? That's all we're going to say, right? And that was designed to push the barrier of what could or couldn't be talked about. And I thought that there was some merit to that. Now, maybe you find it distasteful or this type of thing, but I thought there was some merit to it. On the flip side, there is an arm of the groyper wing that is intellectuals who want to actually do intellectual battle. Their whole idea is to focus on debates and focus on these types of things. And I do genuinely enjoy talking to those guys. Now, I don't agree with them. I don't agree with the idea of Christian ethics and its intersection with racial supremacy.
Right.
And I think that white nationalism is not enough in and of itself of a glue to hold a nation together. But if you were to say, like, the Japanese, for instance, they only want their nation to be Japanese, and they do, nobody complains about it at all. It's fine. Nobody cares.
Sure.
You know what I mean? And I don't care. And if somebody said they wanted an all-white nation, I don't care. It's of no consequence to me. But I don't think that the underpinnings of such a nation without Christian ethics are worth anything. I don't think that it's going to be very stable, and I don't think it's enough glue to hold it together.
I think the issue is when my perception, and maybe I'm mostly exposed to the shit posters, but it's like when you bitching about being disenfranchised is your identity and that's all you do. I have, that's where I'm like, no, you look a lot like these guys over here, and I don't want anything to do with that. I want to see some sort of plan of action. I want to see a course of action that you put in place, just like you do. You have a plan here. Like, what is their plan? I haven't heard that articulated very well, and maybe there's some people out there that do. But.
Well, there's a now famous debate between Nick Fuentes and Steven Crowder where that's what they were laying out was their various plans, and I don't agree with Nick's overarching plan. I don't. But I still understand that this guy is very much going to be part of the political apparatus for years to come. And he's very sharp, and he does see lots and lots of issues that a lot of other people don't see, and is ahead on many of them. That doesn't mean that I have to agree with everything that he says, or that he won't change his opinions. And as he's gotten older, he seems like he's more willing to change his opinions and understand that, pure edginess alone, that was enough when you're combating the wokies to kind of push the goal where you need. But we're also now looking at a right wing that is not very flush with solutions. And when it comes to governing, at the state level, it's fine, but at the national level, we're not doing such a great job. And so those things need to be addressed. And I think that he's pointing a lot of those discrepancies out that need to be addressed. And I think that's fine.
Yeah, no, just a couple of years ago, he was the extreme the standard for the extreme of the right, and he does seem to have come back a little on
Is
the
it
inside.
that he went back, or did most of us move more towards his position? So I had this argument with a TPUSA rep, actually, and I was like, seems to me like TPUSA moved more towards the Fuentes position than Fuentes moved towards the TPUSA position. Because the idea now that, it's okay to be white, it's okay to think
Sure.
that it's all right if white people want to congregate together, that they don't have to kiss the ass of everybody, that you're not allowed to abuse and beat them just because they're white. You're not allowed to do horrible things to people just because they're white. I think that was a taboo topic just 8 short years ago. And I do think that the Graper movement assisted in moving a lot of that topic to the forefront, where people were like, hey, wait a second. There are a lot of abuses actually going on towards white people. There are actually a lot of things that are heading towards white people that aren't so great. And I do think that they did a lot of work in that regard.
Well, he definitely got a lot of attention. I would say that you're probably not wrong on that particular issue. What I would say is even he's rejecting some of the more extreme elements of this. And I do look, I reposted, I rarely repost Nick Fuentes. And just like you said, I don't agree with everything he says, but I mean, he's on point with this whole Candace Owens thing. It's like, this is just ridiculous. This is dumb. This is low IQ. I don't know why
think of it from his end of what he calls low IQ anti-Semitism. What Fuentes is actually saying there is there's a legitimate problem with what he considers a global Jewry, or in this case, what he's mainly focusing on is the idea that there's nepotism, and there's a people group who think they're above, they're what you would call Jewish supremacy, whatever. This is his view, right? He views it this way. Whether you do or not, it's irrelevant. He does. From his view, though, if you were able to adopt that and think it through, get the Jake Shields and Dan Kazarians of the world.
Kazarian.
Over the Top World War I is free to play for the weekend on Steam. Really good game. I just downloaded it to play some more. I played a playtest of it a few months ago.
The Dan Kazarians of the world, because since Dan Kazarian's actually Jewish, all of these various people, they would do great damage to you if it's the case that they're running around and making these insane claims that the Jews are behind everything. They're behind every assassination, every economic catastrophe, every war, you know what I mean? If you do that, what you end up doing is you actually displace from the specifics of his message, which is, I want the United States unentangled from Israel, and from his view, what he calls global Jewry. I want it unentangled from that. I want that people group free of that. And he thinks that the overt demonization, where you demonize for everything, actually takes away from the poignancy of his actual message. And so from his view, that makes sense, right?
Yeah. I hear you.
Yeah.
Yeah, the thing...
Okay. Yeah, this is a kind of long and not very exciting. And yeah, it's 2 hours and 17 minutes out of 3 hours and 37 minutes. So, I mean, you saw the majority of it. We could finish it tomorrow or watch the Rapture one tomorrow. I'm going to finish it just because I'm so far into it. But I'll put a check mark here, and then I can continue it for you tomorrow if you want. And then we can do the Rapture one. Will be fun to watch. I've already seen it, but it's pretty funny.
I'm just saying, from that view, it makes logical sense.
100%. On Artie's show, Candy said that Charlie told her in 2018 that she would take over TPUSA if he died. 9/14/25 said she'd burn it down if wrong one got it.
I wonder if the wrong one was always going to just be anybody. I wonder if just anybody would have been the wrong one.
Anyone except Candace? I don't know a single person in real life that follows Candace for information. They follow her to poke fun. She is the butt of the joke. Sure. Long live the Orthodox Church. Stay strong, brother.
I will.
Is a dangerous Black Widow a Monopoly piece?
I don't think it is. No, I don't think a dangerous Black Widow is a Monopoly piece.
Edie, thank you very much. We love you. Edie. Which, by the way, I have to give a shout out to one of my mods, the Obscure Moderator. He is like your biggest fan. He is your biggest fan.
Well, I appreciate that. Hang on, that's previous super chat. You're not getting away without telling my chat if you have a soul or not. You're not. It's not going to happen. Do you have one? Can you answer the question?
I can't substantiate that claim. I can't. I can't substantiate that claim.
I knew it.
All I can tell you is that redheads are the best. Period.
Yeah.
That's we're gingers. We're the best. Just trust me. What about Brillin Hollyhand? I don't know who this is. You know Brillin Hollyhand?
No.
Is this an inside joke with you? Okay. Don't know, Jordan. Sorry, buddy. I just saw Charlie Kirk's show where they bombshell dropped the can of someone saying she'll burn TPUSA on the ground if she doesn't like who takes the reins. Yep.
And then she confirmed it in other videos that we went and found.
Sure did. Candace and her folk can't think. LOL. They don't believe in facts and evidence, just feelings and dreams.
Basically, yes. It seems like everything is moving from the idea of no facts and from feelings and suspicions.
Yeah, and that's definitely a feminist movement, right? I mean, that is feminist ideology in of itself. Maybe nothing that's
it is. Well, it is
a textbook somewhere.
Actually, it is part of textbook feminism. The idea that intuition and empathy is what makes for leadership qualities and what makes for better societies. That's actually part of Candace's investigative. Her investigative journalism or her investigation is really focusing very hard on the ideas of intuition and suspicion, and even the passive-aggressive innuendo. I'm going to say it without saying it, and look at how smart I am, as though that'll save you from a future lawsuit.
Yeah, it's not going to work, Candace. Yeah, between her anonymous sources providing unverifiable information and her empathy and dreams and intuition, those are the tools of the best investigator that this country has ever seen. What years was your dad in Nam? Was he in linebacker too?
He wasn't sent to Vietnam. He was sent to the Philippines. I don't remember what the years were that he told me. But let's see. I mean, we can probably parse it out. He's 79. I want to say that he joined when he was, or he was drafted when he was 19, I want to say, but I could be wrong.
As Americans, we need to put America first.
Yeah, no argument there.
Yeah, I don't think most reasonable Americans would. Smokey Bear Bad, just showing some love from the Crucible. I was at Fort Lewis 0809 in civilian capacity. Great place. Stay away from the Silicon Car Wash. So I was there from 07 to 11, and yeah, we were there at the same time, bud. Gary, welcome back. Shout out to all the guests that took the helm. A big salute to the ladies, Summer and Jen. Andrew, keep up the good work. In my opinion, Ken DEI owes you $300K. Women want a provider because of survival. Out earning their man became a turnoff for them. Countdown to divorce happened to me even with 6 figures. Yeah, there's some truth to that, right? Once they get this feminine, I don't know, utopia that they want, they can't help but look down on most of their men. I mean, I think that's...
Well, I think that feminism is built into the society that we live in, and that even most men have feminist qualities about them because that's the part and parcel of the society that we're in. There's no getting away from it. It's part of the viewpoint and how we even view the world. And so moving people away from it's actually quite difficult because it almost sounds insane when you voice it out loud. Imagine sounding this out loud when you say something like, yeah, it really should be a duty that women focus on for childbirth. It really should be a duty the same way that men are supposed to have a duty for a draft or for defense of the family or to go down with the Titanic while you get the lifeboats. That sounds way worse than it actually is, but the whole reason, even though that makes logical sense that people resist it, is because we've been indoctrinated with feminism.
Yeah, like, the other part of that is we need to freaking be propagandizing women as well. It's like your highest calling is your family, raising kids.
Propaganda, man. Propaganda works.
It works. It's important. It's part of society. You're being propagandized all over the place. But yeah, like, the idea that going to work for another man and some corporation, or let's say even get to the point where you're the CEO, you think that is better and more fulfilling than being at home with your kids, pouring into your kids, making sure that they are functioning members of society? Or you're just going to have kids and then outsource all of that to somebody else? But next thing you know, your kids
isn't part of fulfillment a bit of indoctrination as well? Like the idea here is, even if it was the case, let's just grant it for the sake of argument. This isn't true, but we'll just grant it for the sake of argument that women did feel more fulfilled having careers over having children. But what if it's the case that they only feel that way due to indoctrination? If you indoctrinate it the other way, they would say, that's crazy. I'm not going to work and giving this up. So I think you can even grant that argument, and it still leads back to the result of, logically, what do you want to have for society? And it comes down to the idea of force doctrine and rights. And the truth is that all rights are granted to women through men. They cannot grant themselves rights, and they've never been able to. So they're kind of at the mercy of what men want anyway. And if this truly is a society where we're going to value logic and reason, then it should be ordered around the idea of the next generation. And the only people who can produce that are women. And so it seems like wasting them at the workforce is illogical and stupid.
Yeah. Couldn't agree more. All you got to do is look at what it's done to combat teams, special operations, among other things. Rage Bronson says, never thought I'd see Gary and Andrew do a show together. Wild. Well, thanks for that. Thanks for having my back, Rage. I appreciate that.
Peanut butter French toast question. What's that?
All right. So this is his famous question. Peanut butter on French toast. Yay or nay for you?
I don't eat peanut butter on anything.
There you go. Are you allergic to peanuts?
I do have a mild peanut allergy. Yeah.
Weak genes.
Yep.
I didn't think you'd have weak genes, Andrew.
On the other hand, right, I can drink tons and tons of alcohol, and while you'd be stumbling around, my resistance is built up through my sheer Irishness. So.
At one time I was there with you. I don't drink anymore, but I was
You can
right
keep
there.
your peanut butter, sir.
Thank you, Gary and Andrew, for all the hard work. For Andrew, do you have a definitive number for how many of the what you were
Yocha?
On the UV?
The Predators?
The Predators. That was such a classic.
That was really
example.
funny. You ever seen the Jesse Ventura Predator thing? It's so fun. I did an entire debate where the intro, I was Jesse Ventura, and I went over the entire synopsis of Predator, and the guy I was debating had no idea. It was super funny, but it made the point really well. So I don't know how many illegal predator aliens were at UVU that day, but I can just tell you it was a lot. It was more than you thought. Anyway, whatever.
That's pretty good Ventura impression. Not bad. Gary, stop showing low-tier super chats from the UK without a tariff.
Yeah, I put a tariff on all UK super
Well, let me
chats.
tell you something. I can tell you right now, and Andrew can too, there's plenty of tariff coming from YouTube. That's 30% from YouTuber right there. Andrew, there was a formal claiming ceremony at TPUSA earlier today, or is it scheduled for the weekend? I don't know what you're talking about. Do you know what he's talking about?
How the fuck should I know?
Well, I mean, you're owned by TPUSA at this point.
Oh, that's right. I forgot.
I am too. I haven't even got like a debate check from them. I get paid by them and controlled by them. It's freaking hilarious. Candace Owen got everything wrong, e.g. aggravated murder is murder. That was pretty wild. She's like, it's aggravated murder. That's not even murder.
Yeah.
Like, what are you talking about?
Murder.
But she literally said aggravated murder is not even murder.
Yeah.
I was like, what? Patriot Lady, thank you again. I don't think she believes any of it. This my theory through observation, understand your reasoning, but it's important to see what she's doing and why. Yeah, I don't think she believes. I don't think she believes anything.
I did come away with the distinct
like your
impression, that she did not actually believe many of her own theories, but I think that she does justify them as being necessary, and any damage is being necessary as long as it gets them, because they're pretty close. They're pretty close.
They're very close.
There
has never been anyone that has made more money producing less over a longer amount of time than Candace Owens.
Well, I plan to change that. I don't know if I've told you this, but I don't just have the message. I have so much fucking evidence people haven't seen, including, well, you just have to wait and see. It's actually quite incredible how much I have.
Are you releasing that tomorrow?
Oh, I'm going to release just the message tomorrow, but you'll have to tune in the Friday after. But I'm going to tell you right now that I'm going to be able to completely blow out this Fort Cthulhu theory. I'm going to be able to completely blow out many of these theories because I have the evidence to support it. You'll see the first chunk of it tomorrow with the message, but drip, drip, and stay tuned.
You know, every time I think about the Candace Owens saga, I think about the Christmas Story where Ralphie is waiting for the decoder ring. Like at the end of it, it's like, drink more Ovaltine.
Yeah. Make sure you drink your Ovaltine. It was the special message that he had waited for. He finally had it. He'd listened to every episode, and it was just like, drink your Ovaltine was the secret message. Poor Ralph. Do you ever see, I did a Christmas Story satire once where I made Ralph a Zoomer, and I did the voice, the AI voice, and he narrated the whole like intro to the Christmas Story, but it was just, you know, like a Zoomer psychopath talking smack about his parents. It was hilarious. I'll send you the bit. It was good.
I'll check it out. Keep up the good work, Gary. Maybe the boss man will have us put you in a cartoon.
Mr. Black.
There you go. I hate when this thing scrolls on me. Goes nuts. Oh my God, you people. Where are we at here?
Don't yours pin at the top, bro?
No.
Oh, you're using StreamYard probably, huh?
I got StreamYard.
Okay.
Any thoughts on Alex Jones' recent heel turn? Well, it wasn't recent. That was back in like February, which I was disappointed. I don't know if you have. I talked to Alex. Me and Alex were talking. I was on the show multiple times about the Fort Huachuca. We had multiple conversations, and the fact that he just completely capitulated and completely bitched out. And by the way, I had multiple conversations with him on text, like, dude, I can't believe you're going this route because you're losing viewers. But I don't know if you have anything to fill in there.
Alex Jones sees the emergence of this alt party, and I think that him and Rex want to be a part of the Tucker Carlson alt party that they're trying to put together with MTG and others. But you're going to find out that there's nothing particularly distinguishing about this party, nor is it going to be bringing in any particularly new ideas. It's just mostly libertarian. So I think that most of this has to do with, and I think all of these people together are trying to move to the emergence of a new party.
Yeah, I agree with that. It's not going to work. And I guarantee you, there's a bunch of clips of Tucker Carlson saying, hey, if you start a third party, all you do is doom the Republicans from winning. And that's what's going to happen. I mean, we got plenty of evidence. Not a fan of Iran right now, but Hillary recently said in 2012 that she was Secretary of State with Obama. She got into it with Bibi over Iran and told him, good luck. If Bibi is in charge, how was it a choice?
Benjamin Netanyahu is not in charge of the United States. I think that always has been a silly proposition on its face. The truth is that Israel exists as more of a proxy puppet of the United States.
100%.
They only have 10 million people there, guys. They don't even have enough people there against a massive number one world economy with 330 million plus. They are not. They're a satellite, a protectorate. Though it is true that they do have great influence. Most of that influence actually comes through the ideas of Christian Zionism, and it's Christian Zionists who get in office. It's through their bad reading of text and through their bad reading of theology that you find most of them, like Ted Cruz, move towards that pro-Israel cause because they think God's going to bless them. That is partly Israeli propaganda and Jewish propaganda, but it's also partly evangelical propaganda. So it's not really very cut and dry at all. It's not the idea that there's just like one global super Jew power who's controlling it is just insane. But also what is true in and of itself is concerning enough. You don't even have to add anything to it.
Yeah, look, the biggest benefit of Israel to the United States is the the geographic location. That is one of the biggest things that we get out of Israel, is that we are able to project power for all the reasons that you just stated, by, with, and through Israel. Candace doesn't believe her claim. She has too many contradictory claims to be a belief. It's pure seeking power, something our pure lizard brain induced. I don't disagree with any of that. CJ, thank you, buddy. Glad you two linked up for a stream. Hope we get another one down the road. Andrew, any preview of the other bangers you're dropping tomorrow besides the text you read in your opening to Candace last Friday?
Stay tuned.
Stay tuned. I love it. Yeah. We know it works. I pay Andrew a woman tax every month.
It's true.
Here's a little bit for you, Gary.
I have been desperately trying to get women out of my chat for years, and they stubbornly remain. I think it's because I have the sexiest voice on TikTok, but they do have to pay a woman tax. It's true.
There you go.
It's true. But it's just their husband's money anyway, so what are they even griping about?
In regards to bullet penetration that tons of Marines in Afghanistan have found, hardened rounds doing weird things in an enemy's body. Now one step back. Yeah, look, folks, I have done hours and hours and hours and hours of content on here where we talk about bullets, we talk about projectiles, we talk about trajectories, we talk about all the different thousands of reasons, as well as giving people multiple real-world examples where we have very similar terminal ballistic outcomes as we saw with what Charlie Kirk, what happened. So, like, it is what it is. And yeah, we've seen the exact same thing, even with Full Metal Jacket, which we would expect. Like, again, when it comes to ballistics, there's so many variables in play that it is extremely hard to replicate, extremely hard to predict. Candace's reason, if you ever offended me, bruised my ego, made me look foolish, or are already on my list of enemies, you were involved in Charlie's murder. As a retarded woman, I'm allowed to think,
but I don't. Yeah, exactly. By the way, it was worth the $300K just to say to that many women who were tuning in, all women are retarded. I just thought that was hilarious. And I'll never not think that that was hilarious. It's a meme. I don't actually think all women are retarded, but I do think that it's really funny how pissed off they get if you say that. I'm just saying. I do think it helped my misogynistic image just a little bit.
The way Andrew describes Candy's probable motivation sounds exactly like a radical leftist. She was, is, and always will be. Like, here's what I'll say. I don't think that Candace Owens is a radical leftist. I don't think she has any foundational philosophical or political.
No, she's a demigod. She's a demigod.
She jumps to one thing, to whatever she feels will be beneficial at the moment. It's what she has a gift of gab. She is a very good communicator. That's what she does. She's a salesperson. And
well, here,
tell
me if you agree with this statement.
Mm-hmm.
A political leader who gains power by stirring up emotions, fears, and prejudices of people rather than using fair facts and honest logic.
Demagoguery right there. I agree with that statement.
Yeah, so yeah. I would consider her to be a demagogue, not a I think when people try again to describe motivation, leftists have ideology. They're pushing ideological views. You may not agree with them, but they do have grounded ideological viewpoints, and right-wingers, conservatives have grounded ideological viewpoints. She's a demagogue. She doesn't have those. She doesn't have any of those grounded views. She doesn't know anything about politics. What she does is she utilizes emotion and emotional manipulation in order to get her views across. It's the same thing that you'll often see with populist leaders. They do that often as well. They're demagogues.
Yeah, and how she became famous at the beginning is she's never come up with a single original political thought or philosophical thought. I mean, what she did at the beginning was just literally parrot exactly what Charlie Kirk and other, by the way, Zionist conservative political leaders were saying at the time. It was just coming from a black female, and it was highly commercially relevant, right? I mean, that's what they wanted, and that's what she did. And a great example of that, folks, if you've never watched her interview on Joe Rogan from like 2016 or 2017, go watch that as he starts to press her on, like, I think it was climate change and a couple other things. She knew the talking points. She wouldn't go any deeper. And it's very obvious as he tried to press her on some of those things. Did you notice the shirt she was wearing, Andrew?
I didn't.
It was the Shabbat Shalom Daddy's Home shirt. Unshunned, the debate is going to age like fine wine and go down in history as the moment Candace Owens was exposed as a total fraud.
Reshun. Fair enough. There's a fine line between love and hate, and I'm telling you.
There is.
I have so many women who hate me. I'm hoping we're going to get to the love part at some point, but right now I think we're just in the hate part. Go ahead.
I think what people get mixed up is in the fact that surveillance footage actually does look like Tyler Robinson. It does, and his lover actually says that definitely looks like him. You can look up the word definitely, but he does say that. Candace tried doctoring it to make TR look bigger. You also have DNA and witness testimony.
Yeah, you're never looking at just one piece. People forget this. Even if one piece of the evidence ends up being wrong, it still is not. It does not collapse the totality of it.
No. I thought Andrew's approach was excellent. I found the moderators insincere and left Candace statements, especially about Erica, unchallenged. Yeah, one of the things that was very annoying to me is she constantly looked over at PBD for affirmation. Like I don't know if you could see that as you're talking to her, but pretty obvious to me.
I tend to watch people. So for me, in a debate, body language actually matters quite a bit, and I tend to always watch people's eyes. I don't know why I do that, but I feel like you get a lot out of the body language when you do that. And a lot of the prattle, when she would prattle, I'd be watching her eyes, and they'd be darting everywhere, looking up, looking over here, looking over there, and it's almost like they're grasping things, right? Like searching the mind to grasp something is the best way that I can explain that. So yeah, I don't. And by the way, I don't really pay attention to what women are wearing. I don't care. I just don't care. I've been married for years. I don't care about it. So yeah, I don't know what shirt she was wearing. I wasn't paying attention.
As Candace or any of her ilk raised money for Tyler's defense and sees an innocent Patsy, this is one of the things I said right away. Like the fact that she can't donate 3.5 hours of her money to a guy that
she can donate $300,000, right?
That's what I'm saying. That's 3.5 hours of her work. She should be donating.
Mama needs a new pair of shoes. I know there's an innocent man right now who might be convicted for murder, but Mama needs a new pair of shoes.
Andrew, what do you think about PBD started interviewing Candace in the middle of the debate?
You know, it's interesting. He gets a lot of grief for this, but I actually thought it was a fine tactic to keep the debate on course. So what he was trying to do with his pointed questions, like when he said, how sure are you of this? How sure are you of that? Is he's actually getting your viewpoint on record so that the debaters can argue about it. So while it's true, I think a lot of people aren't used to that debate approach. I have seen moderators do that before, and it actually has gotten the debate back on track. So I don't think that was necessarily a terrible approach.
Fair enough. There's a 0% chance I turn into a crow if I jump off a building or become a woman on the way down. If not 0% chance, Dumb and Dumber.
No, there's not. It's not a 0% chance. You're just wrong. It's a above, like if you understand how statistics work, statistical averages work, it's almost a 0% chance, but it's not zero, right? 0% would mean impossible. This is an impossibility. It's possible because there's no contradiction. There's a possibility there. So I don't even know what the hell you're talking about. It's like you say Dumb and Dumber, and it's like you're so fucking stupid you don't even know what you're saying. You're so stupid you don't even understand what's being said, and you call the people who say it dumb. That's just wild to me.
Grit Snitch, Andrew, what is it about the Discord chat timeline that you find questionable things? So I was going to ask you about that.
Well, it's not the timeline. It's just there's one minor discrepancy where the time is entered as being earlier than it's later reported. And so that's a discrepancy that I want answered. That's it.
I'm not sure what you're talking about on that, but
I can send it over to you post show, but and there's other small discrepancies as well. Bald man in the car. You know, there's a few questions that I want answered myself, But the thing is, like, we have a trial coming up, and I'm certain that most of these things are going to get answered during that trial. So while I can agree that there's some discrepancies, I would also agree that there's probably discrepancies with every murder trial, or at least the vast majority of them. I don't think most of them are like, hey, it was me, I did it in there, here's the knife that I used, here's my fingerprints, and here's 4K video of me doing it. I'm pretty confident that that's like none, right? So just saying.
Yeah, I mean, eyewitness testimony in the middle of the night, some old lady looking out her door to, like, that's never been wrong before. I don't know. Whole Truth said, you're retard if you think defense isn't obligated to bring up fake evidence. Now, that alone could toss case and Graf would punish state.
Well, I went over here. This guy says in all caps because he wants me to pay attention. He says, you should talk about a bullet breaking apart in the air. HTC thinks it's physically impossible and has made 2 videos about it. Well, he's wrong. Bullets do break apart in midair.
They do.
And
Matter of
anybody
fact,
who says that they don't is feeding you a line of bullshit. They don't know what the hell they're talking about. Now, it's true that it doesn't happen that often, but depending on ammunition type and rifle type, it can actually happen frequently. It just depends on ammo and rifle type. So I don't think that the bullet broke apart in the air. I used that in the debate just to say you don't actually even know if that's the case or not, which is true. She doesn't.
Yeah. Last year at one of our long range courses, we had some match grade 6mm Creedmoor, and about 1 out of every 15, 20 rounds, the guy that was shooting it would break, completely shatter at about 50 yards away from the muzzle. So it does happen. Janice Bourne, thank you. Good evening, Paramount Tactical, Mr. Wilson, former senior airman Andrew Thrasher here.
Mr. Thrasher.
Mr. Thrasher, Airman Thrasher. Night shift crew members showing support. This is the type of unity we need on the right. The lunatic leftists will never win, never one step back.
They'll never win. I always use his full title, former senior airman Andrew Thrasher.
Yes. Janice Bourne again, thank you much. Groiper intellectual, that's an oxymoron. Well, look, if you want to sit there and
there's a lot of grapers, I'm telling you. There's a lot of smart ones. I talk with them quite a bit. They're real sharp guys, and there's also a lot of dumb ones. But I would have to say the same thing about my chat, and probably Gary's chat. I have a lot of stupid people in my chat, and they're all on Rumble. But I also have a lot of smart people in my chat, and none of them are on Rumble, though. I'm just saying.
Well, and to sit here and pretend that Nick Fuentes is not an extremely intelligent person. I mean, you can just look at his verbal IQ and the way that he can just go on rants the way that he does. I mean, he is clearly very intelligent in of itself. So, I mean, you can disagree with his politics, but he's not dumb. 100%. Not all politics are identity politics in a meaningful way. Daniel Dennett calls the slogan a deepity, a statement that trades on equivocation to sound pseudo-profound.
Well, I don't understand then. When you say in a meaningful way, what does that mean? When you say not all politics are identity politics in a meaningful way, I would actually disagree, unless you mean meaningful way in some way that I don't. I do think that politics literally... So I think that politics is downwind of culture. Culture is downwind of religion. Yeah. And so if that's the case... If politics are representation of the culture, how can it not be based around cultural identity and based around religious identity? I think that basically all political posturing is based around ethics. And so, yeah, I do think that it's all politics are identity politics. I think you're just, I think you're actually equivocating here, or at least quibbling. So I think from your view, you're just saying there's more identity politics with this than that. And it's like, if that's the case, then we don't even have anything to argue about.
Agree. We're moving toward Nick, and that's okay. Look, about 85% of what Nick says, I agree with. It's the other 15% or whatever percent it ends up being that I'm like, that's not good. And I mean, that's part of a lot of movements. My opinion, their plan to elect Democrats so they can teach Republicans a lesson will do nothing but make things 10 times worse.
Well, that's
by the way,
stupidest shit I ever heard in my life.
Yes.
You never, ever follow the Gary Wilson cardinal rule. You never, ever, 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 ever let a leftist have power. Ever.
And I'm going to do a little demagoguery right now. I'm telling you right now, and everybody says it, You know, this election is the most important election, folks. But the difference here is that we have the Democrats telling you their plan. And what they plan to do if they win the House and the Senate in 2028, they're going to pack the Supreme Court. They're going to reopen the borders. They're going to have the ability to legislate in, path to citizenship. Our elections will not be secured. They're going to flood the lower courts with activist judges. Like, they're telling you what they're going to do.
And they're going to censor. That's the
Yeah.
big thing. It's like you love having all these open platforms. They will make it so that they're not there anymore. By the way, I guess I misinterpreted the previous super chat. The chat was yelling at me and saying I was actually agreeing with you and that I'm a dummy. So
Gotcha.
It is possible that I am actually just a dumbass and misinterpreted that.
It's the percentage is not zero.
It's not zero. It's not zero for sure. There's a greater than 0% chance that I'm a dumbass when it comes to that super chat. Yes.
Just subbed. Due to this conversation, Crayon Eater here. Someone please shut Valhalla up via debate. Look, I have debated Valhalla, and he sat there and lied the entire time. I made a video out of it. Like, it's unbelievable what he's willing to say to win a debate. I got a question for you on that. So, I go back and forth on this particular issue. And do you care if do you think there's some value in debating someone that is not in good faith and is going to sit there and lie? What's your
those
thoughts
are my
on that?
favorite ones.
There you go. Okay.
The thing, well, if somebody is a bad faith interlocutor, they're actually easier to pin on their positions much quicker, and it's much easier to get them to take an optical L, because especially if they're bad faith. So I think that there's huge advantages to debating somebody who's bad faith. I just don't think it's often worth it unless they're popular enough to actually have that debate, if that makes sense. So if it's the case that you have a popular streamer and they're a bad faith, debater or something like this, then yeah, I think it's worth it to use that weakness against them. But if it's just like, oh, I'm in an X space and somebody wants to come in with bad faith arguments, yeah, just get rid of them, because that's not worth doing.
Yeah, well, he's definitely popular. There's no doubt about it. Andrew, are you still dropping evidence tomorrow? I've been looking forward to it all week. Yes, he is.
Stay tuned. Unless I come down with a cold. I might come down with a cold, and if I do, then I won't. But hopefully that doesn't happen.
Zach finally asked a good question. I debated Zach as well, and this is the first good question I've seen him ask. Percentage out of 100%, TR did not act alone. You know what I'll say? I think it's 50-50 right now. I think there's about a 50-50 chance. And this is something I've said at the beginning. I think that's exactly what happened to Thomas Crooks. I think there's a very high possibility that he was identified and radicalized online. I've done a lot of research on this. I actually did a whole interview with Chase Hughes, who specializes in this. There is something, if you guys have heard of 764 and 09A, and then we have this unprecedented amount of trans shooters. And one of the things that I asked Chase Hughes specifically was, if someone is a trans shooter, is it easily identified, which we know there's algorithms that they could find these people, identify who they are, immediately get a psychological profile of them, and then already have a formula set up of how they're going to radicalize these people. And what he said about trans especially, and I think gay, LGBTQ would fall in, all that spectrum would fall into this, is they are especially easy to manipulate because they don't have a foundation of their own identity. So like, you can sit there and play around with that all day long. But I think there's a good chance of that. I do think, and there is evidence of this, that is being looked into. I don't know if it goes anywhere. Even if that did happen, it doesn't necessarily mean there's enough evidence to prove that. And by the way, let's say that some of these people that, brainwashed these folks, manipulated these folks, radicalized, weaponized these people, they're sitting somewhere in Russia, and the United States found out about that. You're probably not going to hear about it. They don't want you to know about that, and there's not a lot that they can do. But I'll let you give your thoughts on that, Andrew.
Well, I'm basically far less. I think that the chances that he acted alone are only like 10% or 15%, probably. It's much, much lower from my view. The chances that he was in a Discord and was linking up with radical leftists and they had no influence on him, that's what I would consider not acting alone. So I mean, if you're talking on the other hand about somebody actually assisting him in murdering Charlie Kirk, I don't think that there's any great evidence for that at all. But if what you mean by acting alone is that there was various influences that pushed him towards that, I would put that at very, very high. Very high.
This is why I'm at 50. You know, there are people out there, especially somebody, clearly he was radicalized. He went from being a normal Mormon kid to being a fag overnight. I mean, like, pretty much. Like, so this was a person that was easily
influenced. The language. How could you?
He became a not cisgender white male furry. Saw a TPUSA campus debater very recently, and he was not speaking too highly of Israel and definitely not of Iran war. So EK is not censoring people to satisfy donors, and I don't think that there's any evidence that TPUSA ever did.
I asked Andrew Colvette this specifically, and he was like, well, wait a second. Wasn't the entirety of a lot of these donors the fact that they were upset because of platforming? They were willing to platform people who didn't agree with the pro-Israel position and this kind of thing. So it seems like they're holding to the spirit of what Kirk wanted. It is true that they're going to have debaters who are pro-Zionist, but it seems like they're going to have debaters who are anti-Zionist as well. And it's like, that's part of the broad coalition feel. So I kind of understand why it is that they're taking that approach. So this person asked me, and I just want to answer this on my side, if you don't mind if I read one of my super chats.
No,
they say, I see how you have realized what damage she's doing to the conservative party. Is there any chance you will connect with the Daily Wire to continue building the conservative movement? I doubt it. I think that those guys probably wouldn't like me very much. Also asks, all WO are ARD, meaning all women are retarded. Can you explain, please? Well, let me explain it the best way that I possibly can. When tens of thousands of women are watching a broadcast that I'm doing, I like to mess with them because I think it's really funny. You ready? Like, everyone's always kissing women's asses and pampering them and this type of thing. And I just like to kind of knock them off the high horse because I think it's hilarious. And then I watch them spurg out online about it for months. And I just think it's really funny. I do. I think it's funny. And they get really mad about it. And that makes it 10 times funnier. Okay? Look, I don't actually think all women are retarded. Obviously, that's just stupid. But it's really, really, really funny. Okay? It's really funny.
They do freak out about it. There's no doubt about it. I think they kind of prove some of the stereotypes.
Yeah, it's
and
like
I got to be honest with you.
Yeah, it's like
I got to be honest with you.
Feminist, and you tell them to calm down.
I got to be honest with you. I had a lot higher outlook on women before I started engaging with Candace Owens, because the amount of crazed out women that are representing you normal women down in my comments, I got to be honest with you. It's jaded me a little bit.
Yeah,
I'm traumatized. I got PTSD from women in my comments.
Yes, exactly. Now you know how I feel. Just get rid of them. I've been trying to for years, and they just don't go away. And so I push the limit even more, and I'm like, you know what? All women are just retarded and they're worthless. And they're like, shut up, Andrew. Shut up. Stop. Stop. I'm like, no, really?
Moth to a flame. Yeah. Moth to a flame. They come even more. So is the Candace audience merely the displaced tabloid viewership in the digital entertainment age? Yeah, I think there's some overlap. I don't know what you want to call it. I think there's a mix, right? Again, it's like Jerry Springer, soap operas, tabloids. Like, you know what I am pissed about? I am pissed that like Candace Owens turned conspiracy theory into like this, the fem Nazis took it from us. Like, this was a man thing. Like, we're over here talking about UFOs. We're talking about like, you know, people didn't land on the moon.
Yeah.
Bigfoot. Listen to Art Bell and George
Loch Ness
Norrie.
Monster. The Loch Ness Monster was good.
I didn't. Anytime he used to ever bring that up, my wife would rightly so roll her eyes and go away somewhere, and we would sit there and talk about this, and just, you know, it was a, I don't know, indulging our retarded imaginations. But now we got all these people that didn't have any logic to begin with. They can't delineate between, like, hey, I'm just sitting around here joking, and by the way, I'm not hurting anybody. Like,
Well,
South
Park did predict this. I must say, they predicted it.
Oh,
Also,
that's true.
One of my chatters wanted to make sure that you knew the best way to piss off a woman is to say you're acting just like your mother. And you know what? He's right. I have used that before. You're acting just like your mother, and they just lose their minds. Even if you don't know who their mother is, just use it anyway. It always works every time.
I too have used that, and we're still working things out. So we might have figured out what 50% looks like at that night. Have you talked to Joe or PBD since the debate? Any reaction from people post-debate surprise you? You plan on debating more people on TR topic? What I was shocked at was I just saw a clip, and I don't know the whole context of it, but Joe did say something along the lines like, I'm kind of with Candace on this. And I don't know where he actually stands on that. I don't think that's actually true, but whatever. I don't know if you have any reaction to that.
He likes to stir the pot a bit.
He does.
And,
that's what I saw. That
there's a bit of provocation there.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think that he wanted a clip of me going viral saying, hey, here's what's going on here, without there being a bit of provocational pushback from him. And I think that that's kind of fine. And he didn't really say anything out of pocket either. Just I kind of lean a little bit more towards this. But that's part of the conversational facts that are going to be coming up over these next few months as more people are rising to challenge the questioners. As far as have I talked to Joe and PBD since the debate, I have not. And then the last question, was I surprised by any reactions? Not even a little bit.
No. She could have sat there like a bump on the log, like she could have been 10 times worse. All the reactions would have been the exact same. Nothing would have changed in the reaction. The reaction was already pre-planned and in place before it even began. Wokeness isn't predicated on equity. It's grievance-based, oppressor versus oppressed worldview organized around identity, one that claims to be uniquely awake to hidden systems of power. It exists on both sides.
Well, that's incorrect, actually. If you go back to the super chat, I can actually break this down very quickly for you. Look at what you just said. You actually make my point for me. You say it's not predicated on equity. It's a grievance-based oppressor versus oppressed worldview. But how do they determine who's the oppressor and who's oppressed? They use what system? Equity. That's the system that they utilize to determine who is the oppressor and oppressed. The right wing does not use equity as its form for making the determination of oppressor and oppressed. And that is why it is the case that woke right doesn't actually make sense. While both would be statements of perpetual adolescence, that's where wokeness comes from, is literally the idea of perpetual adolescence. The very idea of equity can only come from a non-mature mind. It's a stupidest way to view the world in period. But that's how they determine the oppressor-oppressed class, is equity.
The one part of this I do like, that we do have this new conspiracy class that is now awakened. They are now awake to the inner workings, the backdoor workings of our government, of the Jews. Like, that is one thing that I will say, that there is a comparison or parallel from the conspiracy folks, not even necessarily the woke right, but the conspiracy folks versus the equity folks, the DEI people. Anti-Candace here. Keep speaking truth, guys. You're both awesome. Y-O-U-R-E. I'm just joking. Heidi. Crucible member here. Why does my 9mm mag rattle with almost a fully loaded mag?
N1SB. What kind of 9mm is it?
Mags will just do that, guys. There's room in there. They got to have a little give and take so that all the bullets can get out in there. Most mags will rattle to some extent. Yeah, I like this idea. Andrew Wilson for White House press secretary.
Oh man, I would be way too good at that job.
It'd be weird seeing you in a skirt every day. Instead of woke right.
And very
the
blonde.
Ink Sprite. I agree with that. The worst for me was when Queen was doing her accusation cope and slandered Crowder again. I didn't hear it.
I mean, it was one of the things that's really interesting from Mrs. Make Him a Sandwich is she couldn't wait when Crowder was telling his woman, "Shut up and make me a sandwich." She couldn't wait to say that was abusive, could she? Just a walking hypocrite.
She didn't have double standards. She'd have none at all. Candy wanted TPUS to claim Andrew or go ceremony. Yeah, that was a weird stipulation. Interesting how Candace Crew always traces evidence toward the exact opposite direction of the actual murders, hence her position on the Lindsay case. And the other thing, too, is like you come to all of these decision points, or, yeah, we'll just call them decision points. There's 100 ways you could go. And on one side, you have 50 to 100 that are viable, that are likely. And then you have 50 down to 0 that are unlikely. And they always go to the 0. Like, it's like that's the least likely option every single time. Every single time. It's the most craziest.
One of the
insane
things that's very bizarre about the Lindsay stance is what's actually wrong with giving people the death penalty even if they're crazy? Like, what's actually wrong with that? It's like the whole cope here is, well, she was crazy. It wasn't her fault. It's like, so even if that was the case, like, let's grant it. You know what I mean? If you're a crazy person, you murder 3 people, you're going to get the death penalty. Like, it's still justified to kill crazy people if they're murderers. You know what I mean? Like, I don't even understand the stance. Like, the stance itself actually makes no sense to me.
I mean, not to compare, but I mean, we don't do that with animals, right? It's like,
yeah, if it's
you
rabbit,
kill something,
you put it down. Yeah.
Yeah, like, I don't know. Like, no matter what, whether they end up being a sociopath or psychopath, there's some sort of psychopathy that's going on there. There's some sort of neurological disorder. We don't just justify that and be like, oh, well, you know, they just had a broken brain, Andrew. We should,
well, I mean,
it's not their fault.
That would prevent every psychopath who ever existed, or sociopath or whatever, anybody who's ever committed mass murder or serial murder, from ever having seen the walls of a prison cell or the death penalty. It's like, no, man, you even if they're crazy, what's actually wrong or unjustified about putting them down? I have no idea.
Yeah. Saying Israel's in charge of the U.S. like saying New Zealand is in charge of the U.S. I'm from New Zealand. Absolutely ridiculous. Also, we're getting charged tariffs. Haha, love you guys, though. Damn right. Freaking Kiwis down there.
Yeah, good.
Tariff crap out of you.
Scumbags. Worthless New Zealanders. You just wish you were Australian. That's it. That's all it is. They're just perpetually
You're
coping.
Just Timu Australians.
They are. That's 100%. Timu Australia.
I think Candace is the new, more evil. I mean, far more evil. Far more evil. I mean, there's not even a debate on that as far as I'm concerned.
Mods, ban everybody in the chat from New Zealand.
Yeah. Did I cancel my Crucible membership? You remind me of my late husband, which is comforting and disturbing all the same time.
Now, you shouldn't just cancel the Crucible membership. You should leave the chat forever and never speak to me again.
But keep the membership in place.
Yeah, keep the membership in place.
I mean, it sounds like a win-win.
Yeah, but you should leave and never talk again, ever.
Like moths to the flame, they can't help it. Candace won. Don't know why. Legend. Dave Smith. Yeah, I haven't had a chance to watch his discussion with Candace. You've had a lot of dealings with Dave Smith. I don't know. What do you think?
I think his ass is still chapped that I brutalized him in a debate, and so he's been pissed off ever since, and that was Revenge of the Dave.
Yep.
That's what I think. It's like, you know, but yeah, I'm going to get him back. Gonna get you back, Dave. You know, we're gonna be on a panel or something. It's gonna happen, buddy.
Well, that is one thing that's important that I noticed that you do, and I try to, and I'm getting better at it. But you don't take any of this personally at all, and I think that is an important skill set that I'm sure develops over time.
I'd go crazy, bro.
Andrew
I
Master
would
of
literally go crazy.
No, that's fair. Andrew Master of enraging women and loving it, laughing my ass off.
I do think it's really funny. I do. And they can't do anything about it, which makes it way funnier. They just like bitch, they just go online and it's like, this is like, I'll be laughing about that shit. It'll be late at night and my wife will just start reading them. I just laugh my ass off. Andrew is the worst role model for children I've ever seen. He smokes on stream and he drinks. He is awful. He's one of the worst representations of Christianity I've ever seen in my life. I wish this guy would just go away. I hate seeing his face. I'm just laughing. I'll be playing a game. She'll be reading it. I'm just laughing my ass. I think it's the funniest shit ever. I do. What can I say?
Did you see? Oh, sorry. Tapping into a majority sentiment is extremely powerful than apply assertions that let confirmation bias run rampant. Yeah. And it's easy to do, by the way. I mean, it's just going with the flow. That's why we are a republic, not a democracy.
Rob wanted me to deploy that in the debate, Roughneck Jarhead, how she made it compact. But I thought ultimately that we would end up spending all of my time demonstrating that, and I'd never be able to get to the other claims. So I ended up abandoning it. That out of all the regrets, because somebody asked me like, well, do you have any regrets about the debate? And I said no. In retrospect, I might have actually brought that up near the end. I would have. Maybe I should have
pulped this guy with a tank.
It was very compelling what we had on it.
Ooh, trench warfare.
But I ultimately decided I didn't want to burn up too much time on it.
Yeah, some of these things they do. They take forever to explain to people. Folks, if you're if you're on X and you're not following Mid Gray, he's the guy I go to for all the. He is a very good at and very technical when it comes to audio, video.
We were on the last 20 minutes of this, and Over the Top World War I is free to play for the weekend, so give it a try if you haven't tried it. It's very fun.
Forensic, go check him out. He did a great breakdown on that. I mean, it's pretty like anybody that does any audio video, even I can see what was going on there. We have, that cat eye effect, and what they did was just stretch it. And because that warping is not proportional, but when you just stretch the entire thing, you make it all look retarded. So that's what happened. Candace is actually a covert op for Israel and is here to further the hate towards the Bagel tribe so they can usher in their religion via fake forced prophecies. Poof, I made it up.
You call these bagels? You claim these aren't bagels? It's not bagel. No, I'm kidding. I'm joking. That's a good meme. Look, we used to meme on I don't know, when you were in school, didn't you, before memes were a thing, you guys made fun of Jewish kids sometimes, didn't you? Like that was I don't know, I was born in Michigan, I grew up in Texas. I don't remember ever running into Jewish people. But I'm sure we did. I mean, again, it was like, when we were a kid, race wasn't a thing. Like we ripped on everybody. Like if somebody was being stingy, we called them Jewish. Like if we didn't mean anything
that
by
I do
it.
remember that.
Yeah, we didn't mean anything by it. We just like, man, don't be Jewish with that. And they'd be like, okay, you know what I mean? Or Indian giver, that was another one. Like we didn't care. Nobody cared.
Oh yeah, I said Indian giver all the time when I was a kid.
I'm tempted with a joke, but I won't. Ami Kozak was the biggest winner of the debate. Support from Crucible Gary. Buy Rachel's book, Occult Feminism. Also, hello to all the wine moms that have found their way into the Crucible chat. I can't even imagine.
I'm going to grow on them. You'll see. Like, all these people are going to come in. They're going to start as trolls. These women are going to start as trolls. And then what happens is after a week, they're like, is that Andrew guy on? And then at week two, they're like, hey, honey, Andrew's on. And then week 4, they're like, what are you talking about? The Crucible's on. We're not going out tonight. That's how it goes.
I heard that's how you ended up marrying Rachel, right?
100%. Absolutely.
She's like, you're such an asshole. What are you doing next Friday?
Yeah, 100%.
Thank you for the memberships. Thank you very much. Cute, bald chick. It's just dawned on me that Mob is trying to convince us to put our faith in a woman who pronounced Gibraltar as Gilbertower. More importantly, she said Macabre. Macabre, accolades. Like, it's embarrassing.
Okay, hang on, real quick.
Yeah.
Can you guys go over to Gary's chat and just pour it on him? Like, we've always been like this. We always support people who support us. You need to go over to Gary's chat and just pour the super chats on, fellas. We're wrapping the stream up. I can tell. I can feel it. So you got to go over there and pour it on.
Well, I appreciate that. Thank you. And my chat, go over there and go give him some money too.
No,
Take care
stay
of him.
over there. Stay over there.
So
Make it,
anyway,
it's all for
right.
Gary tonight. It's all for Gary.
I know I touched on it, but seriously, again, we've had a couple texts. I really appreciate that phone call, and I've learned a lot from you tonight. I think you are very generous with your time. You gave me some really solid advice, and I appreciate it very much, and I don't take that lightly.
No.
So thank you very much.
No problem at all. Before we wrap this thing up, totally, are you going to be streaming for a little while after this?
I'm pretty much planning on. Either way, I got to piss in a minute, really quick. Why? Why do you ask?
Well, because I was going to do a raid over to your channel.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, why don't you go take a
cool.
piss and I'll entertain your audience for a minute.
Sounds good.
Yeah, that's easy. So we're going to play a little game called Can Andrew Identify All of the various boom booms on the wall? And the answer is no, I can't. The answer is no, I can't, because I can't see them. I'm trying to, but I can't actually see them very well. The screen's a little bit too small, unfortunately. Maybe I can have them like zoom it in, because I can't see. So I guess I took the L on that game. How do you make up a game, play it with yourself, and then lose immediately? Well, that was just go ahead. Go ahead. Hit me with the L's. It's fine. Hit me with the L's. I'll take them. Made up the game just to pass the time while this guy's taking a leak, and then I failed my own game immediately. Immediately. I can't see the damn things. They're too small. It looks like there's a 1911 style maybe behind what looks like possibly. I can't tell if it's I can't tell. I can't see the damn thing.
Well, that was embarrassing. I listened to you the whole time. Hold on. There you go.
All right, let me take a look. Well, they're all blurry now.
Let me let it focus.
Okay. All right, we'll let it focus. Let me see. All right, let me see what I can see here.
All right.
Looks like on the far.
What's this one right here? Oh, hold on. Let me zoom out.
All right.
All right, there's the top left. What do we got up there?
That one looks like it's possibly a 4570.
You are correct, sir.
Yep. Looks like a 4570 to me.
Marlin 1895, 4570.
What's that?
Yeah, it's a Marlin.
Marlin 4570. Okay.
Yep.
Point at another one. Let me see. I like this game.
This one right here. Right below it.
Well, I can't tell because that one is just synthetic, but it looks like it's probably a Remington.
Correct. Remington 700S PSS, basically the civilian version of the M24.
Okay.
All right, here we go. What do we got right there?
Is that a Tika by chance?
No, that is a 1942 German Mauser.
Oh, okay.
Literally has the swastika on the other side of that.
Oh, well, you don't want to show that on stream.
No, this one right here. Nobody will get that one.
Is that a SIG?
So it's a Caracal CMP9, basically like a modern version of the MP5.
Okay.
And then
right next to it looks like maybe there's a Commander style 1911.
Yep. So that's Kimber 1911.
Okay, and then move over one, so I can see the other one. Is that a Glock in front of the Kimber? I can't tell.
No, it's
too
MP
small.
Shield.
Oh, okay. Very similar, both striker fire pistols.
Yes.
And then that little guy that's under there, underneath your sub rifle, the 9mm. Yeah, where your finger just was.
Yep.
Yeah, that's the last pistol on the wall.
Actually, PDP.
Yeah, I can't actually see it very well.
Walther PDP. I had a very detailed and fun review of that until YouTube took that down recently. Folks, I've had over 100. YouTube likes to reinterpret their terms of service from time to time. Had over 100 videos removed in the last 6 months. It's been fun. Let's see. Oh, I think we already did that one. Yeah. Andrew, which argument for the state's evidence needs more work for you to stand stronger on it? You did great. Prayers up for you.
Well, I already gave you one. There was a couple other small discrepancies when I was going through for debate prep that I found that I do think need to be answered. Like I said, the bald guy with the surveillance from the witness testimony, and then the timestamp on the Discord messages, I think needs to be explained. But I think that one's an easy discrepancy. So it's just a few small things like that.
Well, and I think both of us would agree. I've said this multiple times. Like, all you got to do is give me some evidence, and I'll change my mind tomorrow on any of this stuff. Like, this is not hard. I don't have any particular animus for Tyler Robinson. I do as of now because I think he killed Charlie Kirk. But I want to find the killer of Charlie Kirk. And if suddenly we came out with some evidence that just completely contradicted everything, that was stronger than the body of evidence that we had now, guess what? Gary would be on the conspiracy side. Another thing I've said is, like, if we get to the trial and suddenly they bring the parents up there and they don't have them on video to contradict it, because I can see why parents might change it. But if the parents are like, we never said any of those things inside the charging documents, I'd be like, okay, I'm kind of on the conspiracy side now.
Yeah.
But that's not going to happen. But
yeah,
if it did,
chat's giving me a bunch of shit, but who the hell knows that the first lever action they see just by the body is a 4570? Nobody knew that shit except me. Nobody knew that shit. You're coping, chat. I'm not coping. You're coping. I knew it just by looking at it.
Could have been a 223.
Yeah, well, it could have been a 30-30 would be the more common model.
Yeah, that's what I said. I said
I knew
it could be 30-30.
Knew just by the body it was a 4570. So shut up, chat. You're coping. I can't see the damn things very well, but the ones I can see. Yeah.
Andrew, self-assessment, 7 out of 10 in the debate was fair. What could you have done better in total, just in one moment, besides the 7 charges? What would you have done differently?
I could have pushed a little harder on some of the points when I let her ramble. There was a few times where I should have probably done a cutoff much quicker, and I think that would have been better ultimately. So, and I think if I had done that, I would have put the performance more at an 8. But it was never going to be a 10 because of the format. It was never going to be a 9 because of the format. I just could not, in that situation, aggressively go after those views like I normally would.
Well, this would actually be good. I'm going to show the next one. Have you already done this? But I would love to actually see you debate Nick Mattel and change your mind on Israel. But just debate Nick Mattel on Israel issues. Have you?
I think I said that I would. Yeah, I know Nick. I think that I've said it many times. That I think that he is the best pro-Zionist debater I've ever seen. In fact, I was setting a debate up between him and another gentleman. I don't know what happened between it. But I would debate him on Christian Zionism, the odds around that. But the guy has forgotten more about Israeli geopolitics than I'll ever know in my lifetime. And so I don't think that I would be the right man for a geopolitical debate, but I think that I would dive into the theology of it with him, as far as whether or not Christians have obligations and duties towards Israel.
Fair enough. Was with 7th, 10th group guys as Reiki Uplift in 19 Afghanistan. Amazing guys. Learned a ton. Keep up the great work. The only conspiracy is Tyler working with other leftists on some Discord. I agree. I think that's where we're at. There's no evidence that anyone else was physically there, assisting him in any way. I haven't seen anything like that. I do have questions of whether or not there was something else going on that where he was radicalized. Identity politics is not just politics conducted by people with identities. It refers to the specific use of group identity as a political cudgel, dividing people into competing identity-based political blocks.
Well, gee, thank you. I just thought it was about people who had identity. That's great. I'm glad that we cleared that up. That was great. Fantastic. I was really confused before, but you have elucidated me. I now understand the error of my ways, Chatter.
Next week, you're going to come on here. We're going to debate ginger politics. Ginger politics. The politics of the soulless daywalkers. I generally agree with Nick on a lot of things, but voting for Democrats is like making a deal with the devil. Never cede an inch to communists. Yeah, I mean, that was pretty crazy. I don't know. Maybe he hasn't moved on that point. But Candace might do an emergency Friday podcast just to crash out over this live stream. She might. It wouldn't be the first time. I have a legit conspiracy with legs that explains what happened to Charlie. I'll drip it via super chats over the next 2 years.
Genius.
Smart women know that men would be lost without us. Go Detroit Tigers. What's up, Lynn?
Well, I mean, yeah, we would get lost in all of the fun things that we do. We would get lost in video games. We would get lost in shooting. We would get lost drinking beer with our friends. We would get lost in having to buy you knickknacks and dumbass baubles that nobody cares about. We would get lost.
Completely lost in the peace and quiet.
Yeah, we'd be lost at the Bed Bath & Beyond when we had to buy the 15th shower cage for your shampoo and conditioner. And then we would be lost as the Amazon packages came in that we had to open to take out your stupid bath towels. Yes, we would be lost without women, for sure. I already feel lost. I mean, can you bring her back? She was keeping me grounded, man.
Which debate did you prefer, Candace or Stu Peters? I mean, I know which one
sure. Stu Peters was just a belligerent idiot. He couldn't even answer a single question.
Would love to see everyone come together on 9/10 and just have no mention of Candace Owens or TR. We should just have a CK Fest he would be proud of and being more people and bring more people to Christ. Much love to you guys. Yeah, look, I understand the sentiment. This is one thing I've pushed back on since the beginning. And I can tell you I've been right. This whole idea that we can just starve the grift, we don't approach anything else in politics, in society, in culture that way. I think people not paying attention to Candace and providing pushback is why she metastasized to the point that she did.
This is stupid anyway. You want to stop people like this? You don't waste your time trying to ignore it. You take a cut of their profit. That's what you do. You take a cut. I'm serious. That's what you do. Like if you're doing business and you want your business competitors who are problematic to, what do? You cut into their profit share. And the truth is that this has become a massive multi-million-dollar industry. And if there has to be profit, it's going to go to me, baby. That's how it's going to work. And so, like, honestly, if you really want to fight politics the right way, including online, cut in their profit share.
Yeah, no, I agree with that.
Damn.
Someone tell Lionel it was olives, not pickles. I mean, not Lionel. What a joke.
Yeah, it was olives. Can't get it right.
Said it wrong. Smart men know they need us. I love real men. Go Detroit Tigers.
Lions, thank God you came back to correct this. Oh man, you meant real men. Because we all know that when women say a real man, then that means that you're not going to get a lecture about what a real man is. And I've never heard that, but a real man is a blah, blah, blah. I've never heard that before. And it's never a lecture, and it's definitely not designed for social shaming so that men conform to whatever bullshit that you want. It's not that. You're just actually being nice. That's it. You're just being nice by correcting us.
Lynn's good people. She agrees with us, by the way. I know.
And by the way, I got you another super chat. She's like, this misogynist prick. I'm gonna get. See, I told you they can't help themselves. Can't help it.
Moth to a flame. Like I'm taking notes. This is how you super chat. Bitch about women. Just call women stupid. That's like, I mean, if you're gonna grift, that's probably a good one. It's better than saying Erica Kirk killed someone. Andrew, I heard you made Alex Jones flinch. Will we get to see that when the debate video drops?
I have no idea. He came up behind me and he was clearly pissed at me, and he like grabbed me and did the buddy shake, but it's I'm actually pissed off at you buddy shake, where they're like, oh, I really want to kill you right now, but I can't. He did that. He came up behind me and did the like angry buddy shake. And so as he was walking away, I did that thing, and he kind of flinched back, and I was just like, and he's like, you son of a bitch. He was all kinds of pissed, but it was really funny.
How did that day go? How was that?
Well, Alex was really drunk and belligerent the entire time and ruined the entire debate, and he knows it, and that's why he's pissed off at me, because I called him out on it while we were debating and basically told him that he's been making wrong predictions for years and has no idea what he's talking about, and so now he's extra pissed off.
I will say that going back and looking at examining Alex's content, in the 4 or 5 hours that he's on a day, whatever it is, he makes about 1,000 different predictions during that time. I mean, he's bound to, people are like, oh, he predicted 9/11. He predicted a lot of things, and he was bound to get some things right eventually. There's no doubt about it. Well, listen, Andrew, we are now at 3.5 hours, which
this was 3.5 hours.
I told you I'd give you 3.5 hours for the 300 grand. I really appreciate it. I'll go. You can get your whack job out of my garage now. He's been up there tinkering around.
Oh, I can't wait for my cameraman to take a picture of your kids' playroom. It's so over for you.
The inner sanctum of my kids. Like, that sounds provocative as it is. You're like, what are you doing taking pictures of my kid's sanctum?
All right, man. Well, I appreciate it, and I hope you have a good day.
Man.
Thanks for having me on. It was long
thanks
past
for coming
due.
on.
And I'm sure we'll touch bases, do something again down the road.
Sounds good. Thanks, man. Have a good night.
You too.
Awesome.
Everybody, today we're going to talk about one of the most insane cases in American criminal history, the North Hollywood Shootout. The North Hollywood Shootout took place in the early hours of February the 28th, 1997 in Los Angeles, California. In less than an hour, what was supposed to be a simple bank robbery became one of the largest gunfights in law enforcement history. One of the most interesting details of the entire case is that nearly the entire shootout was caught on camera, meaning that now we can go back, watch the entire thing play out for ourselves, and decide exactly what went wrong. And we're going to do just that today. We're going to look at the criminals themselves, everything that led up to and happened immediately after the shootout, and piece by piece break down the events of that eventful day. And if you're not familiar with the events of that day, I cannot stress to you how much this looks like something out of an action movie, and I mean that in the best and worst way. So if that sounds interesting to you, stick around as we break down one of the most remarkable cases of a heist gone wrong. But before you hear me go on another unhinged rant, let's make sure you're hearing it the right way with today's sponsor, Raycon earbuds. With the best audio always, thank you for watching. Now, before I dive into the details, I want to say a lot of this information comes from NorthHollywoodShootout.net. The writers over there have not only done a phenomenal job at compiling evidence and sifting what is good information and what's bad information, but they've also created series of charts and diagrams of the events of that day that make it a lot easier for me to get across to you and hopefully a lot easier to understand. I'm going to link the website in the description, so if any of this interests you, go check them out. Donate if you feel like it. I certainly did, because I know how hard this research can be, and I'm really blown away with the effort. And also, I'm going to be my normal joking self through this thing, and if at any point you feel I'm being disrespectful of the victims or lives lost that day, just wait to see how this all played out. Our subject of this story is a bank robbery in Los Angeles, which isn't anything outstanding in itself. From the 70s to the 90s, bank robberies were all the rage. To give you an idea, in 1991, across the entire United States, there were 9,388 bank robberies, or in other words, a bank robbery every 16 minutes. Nationally, there was over $60 million lost every year to robberies, and that's with an average takeaway of about $6,000, because, the vast majority of bank robberies are guys running in with a gun, taking a couple hundred from the teller, and then trying to leave. Probably running into the glass door on their way out too. But every now and then someone would score it big, which is what would drive the numbers up. And not only were the large cash amounts enticing to would-be robbers, in the 80s the police said that they were catching about 25% of bank robbers. So statistically, you could walk into a building full of money with a gun and be pretty okay. In the early 90s, the government tried to curb this by de-incentivizing bank robberies. Transportation and storage of money became more secure, guards were more common at bank locations, and on the legal side of it, charges went from a few years jail time to up to 25 years in prison for armed robbery. And as things like forensics developed, that 25% number jumped up to around 53. Part of the reason they cracked down so hard on it was because in high population areas like LA, bank robberies had become a weird kind of pyramid scheme. Around 89, there was this epidemic where these gang leaders would get like crack addicts and homeless people off the side of the road and then give them a gun and then have them walk into a bank and rob the place with a note that was also written for them by the guy who, gave them the gun. So they just walk up to the teller, hand the note, teller would hand the money, and they'd walk away like it was a McDonald's. So if bank robberies are so easy, you don't even have to be at the bank to rob it. Someone should probably do something. In 1992, one gang called the Rolling 60s claimed 363 bank robberies in that year alone. Or in other words, one gang was robbing a bank a day with 2 vacation days. LA was so bad that in 1991, remember that 9,388 figure I gave earlier? Well, 1 in 4 of those was in LA. Think about that. You have this data for the entire United States, and if you remove one city, it drops by 25%. It was so bad that in LA in 1992, there was a robbery every 42 minutes. Why would you work at a bank? I'll get off this tangent in just a minute, but I decided real quick, how many banks are there in LA? And the first thing I got linked to was bank robberies, because of course I did. And this site is telling me that between 85 and 95, there were 3,500 banks in the region that were robbed 17,106 times.
Good Lord.
Meaning that if you worked at a bank in LA for those 10 years, statistically, you were robbed at gunpoint 5 times. At what point do you just not use money anymore? Bro, one day in 1992, there were 28 bank robberies in one day. Oh my word. So
That's when you start going out of town to make your deposits and withdrawals because you're worried that someone's going to come in with a gun.
suffice to say, it was bad. Hence, all of the crackdowns on bank robberies that I mentioned a moment ago. Now, this had 2 effects. One, yes, it did lower the overall number of robberies because people who thought it would be a quick cash grab weren't ready to deal with the security, the lower takeaways, and perhaps most importantly, the long jail sentences. But the second effect that it had is that now, whenever someone came to rob a bank, they came to rob a bank. Gone were the days of sort of small-scale mugging where any Joe could just walk into the bank with a pistol and then the teller would just throw giant white bags with dollar signs on them across the counter. That's how banks work, right? Now, a new type of robbery became more common called a takeover. A takeover is the kind of thing you're familiar with in the movies, where the people walk into the bank and very loudly assert their dominance by shooting bullets into the air and telling everyone to get down. Because now getting the money was a much more involved process, as was getting through things like security guards and increased police presence. In order to be successful, you had to show your teeth and do it fast. Which leads us to today's suspects, Larry Phillips Jr. and Emilian Matasareanu. Larry Phillips Jr. was born under the alias of Larry Warfel. He was born under an alias because his parents were wanted by the law. At only 19 years old, Larry's father, Larry Phillips Sr., was arrested for grave robbing because he was trying to remove somebody's head because he thought it was funny. And then after that, he committed several robberies for which he was eventually arrested and then escaped, to which he was now on the run. So, Junior had a great role model growing up. Other stories claim that his mother was a criminal as well. However, at the very least, she was okay with her husband's doings. His dad was finally caught and arrested the day after Junior's 6th birthday. And throughout his upbringing, Larry had a hatred for law enforcement and authority. Emil's childhood wasn't as catastrophic. However, it certainly wasn't and at the age of 10, he immigrated to the United States with his parents. He was the new kid at school, which caused him to be rather withdrawn and quiet. While all the reports indicate that he had a healthy and wealthy life at home with his parents, he wasn't doing well socially. One neighbor stated in an interview that whenever Emil graduated high school, he threw a party and no one showed up. Also know just because I said that, someone's going to be like, oh, poor sad boy, bank robber, shootout man. His mother said the one hobby that her son ever really had was firearms, which, I think in and of itself is fine. But, the other thing he did, which was sitting on the front steps of his house and disassemble and reassemble his guns every day while staring at neighborhood children, maybe not okay. Regardless of these shortcomings, Emil became an electrical engineer and even started his own business. Keep that business in mind. It's going to come around in the end. You won't see it coming. It'll be great. Don't worry. Most stories say that Larry and Emil met each other in 1989 at a Gold's Gym at Venice Beach. Some other stories indicate that they knew each other beforehand, but 1989 is as early on the timeline that can be confirmed. You wouldn't think the two would get along, but after they figured out that they had
when they saw each other, it was crime at first sight.
a shared interest in firearms and eventually crime, they were a match made in not heaven. Now, it can't really be confirmed what was happening in the next several years following their meet. It seems that Emil was running his business for some time, and Larry was running his own business that we'll talk about. But for reasons I'll talk about later, I believe they were doing small-scale crimes during this time, and were slowly working their way up to what they would become. That side hustle of Larry's was real estate scams. He became a real estate agent and started doing all of these backdoor schemes in order to steal money from clients. He also shoplifted a $400 suit for funsies, I guess. So before his first big arrest, he had already stacked up a history of white-collar crime. There are several other crimes, because remember, LA was getting robbed a lot, that are believed to have been perpetrated by the two men, although it can't be confirmed. Unofficially, they are associated with 2 armored car robberies and 3 bank robberies. I mean, it's, not hard to see why. If all these were really them, then their first official hit was on an armored car on July the 20th of 1993. That incident went off mostly without a hitch. That was until October the 29th of that same year. The 2 of them were pulled over for speeding, and whenever the officer walked up to the window and began asking them basic questions, like where's your driver's license and insurance, they started to get nervous. Or at the very least, Emil did. See, at this point, they were using so many fake IDs and names for when it came to vehicles they were renting or properties that Larry was trying to scam someone on, and false business practices, that it was pretty easy to get their stories mixed up, which it seems Emil did. When they were asked, is this your car, they were supposed to say that they had rented it from the airport because the car was rented from the airport. Instead, Emil panicked and said it's Dennis's mom's. Dennis was the alias that Larry was using at this time. So the cop was suspicious. He ran numbers on the car and saw that the story doesn't make sense, so he eventually arrested them and searched the car. In the rental car, they found 2 rifles, 2 handguns, 3,000 rounds of ammunition, police radio scanners, smoke bombs, IEDs, body armor, and 3 fake license plates. I almost have to give them credit for having the gall to drive around downtown LA in a rented vehicle with a small armory in the trunk. The 2 were charged with conspiracy to commit robbery. Duh, because, after they ran their names in prints, they saw they were using fake aliases and had a record, and, I'm sure those IEDs weren't medicinal. They were each given short jail sentences and 3 years probation. The most important part of this is that they were each given felony charges and had all their guns confiscated. Over the next few years, again, this is assuming that they did rob all of the places it's assumed that they robbed, they would hit another armored car in June of 1995, this time killing one of the guards aboard the armored car, and then torching the vehicle that they had drove in order to get rid of evidence. I guess they like heat. And then in 96, robbed 2 Bank of America locations. If they did do these hits, then they had stolen at this point about $1.5 million. The pair, only known for their ski mask and AKs, were dubbed the High Incident Bandits. There we go with the cool names again. At this point, again assuming the previous robberies were them, they got this method down to a science. They would go in loud, shooting rounds into the ceiling in order to freak everybody out. One of them would get the crowd to lay down and not look at their faces, so there was no risk of them being identified, while the other would go to the back door, shoot the door open to the teller's area, and have the bank manager take them to the vault where they would load cash into bags and then leave. Several of these heists took place in under 3 minutes. And given that the average police response time in the area was 8 minutes, the business was doing pretty good. However, as we're going to find out, for each of these heists, they brought an absurd amount of ammunition with them just in case something went down. They had planned for their next hit to be at another Bank of America location, this time the one at 6600 Laurel Canyon Boulevard. This was the largest Bank of America location in North Hollywood, so they assumed it would have the largest takeaway. This location had a parking lot to the north and south with a neighborhood bordering it on the east and a shopping mall bordering it to the west. While this did mean there was a higher chance to be seen as it was a high traffic area, it also meant that there were several escape routes. And in order to maintain fire superiority, the pair would bring with them 3 Norinco Type 56 rifles, or in other words, Chinese AK-47s, a Bushmaster XM15 dissipator, which is essentially a Sporter M16 with a shortened barrel, an HK-91 or civilian G3, and a Beretta 92 FS. The guns will come into more detail as things start to go wrong, trust me. The pair also heavily laid up in body armor, each wearing bulletproof material for a soft vest before inserting metal trauma plates underneath those vests. Phillips went a step farther by wearing what's called a groin guard, or essentially a bulletproof diaper, as well as taking pieces of Kevlar and duct taping it to his arms and legs. All of the weapons that they brought were not only illegally obtained, because if you'll remember they were both felons, but they were also illegally modified, save for the Beretta and the HK-91. If anything were to go down, the men would essentially become walking juggernauts, and as we're going to see, that's exactly what happened. Each of the men wore gloves in order to hide their fingerprints, so the gloves had sewn-in watch faces so that they could time the robbery itself. So, on February the 28th of 1997, the two men pulled into the north parking lot at 9:16 a.m. To calm their nerves, the two downed phenobarbital before they walked in. Phenobarbital is typically an anti-seizure medication, but for what they were using it for, it was a very intense nerve suppressor. The two set their timers for 8 minutes and then exited the 1987 Chevy Celebrity. Completely kitted out, the two made their way to the sidewalk and then began to walk into the Bank of America. And that 8-minute timer probably would have been okay if it wasn't for a patrol car that just so happened to be driving by at the same time. The patrol car saw the two guys in ski mask, bulletproof armor with rifles walking into the building and figured it was a problem. Walking into the front door, there was a man using the ATM who Larry grabbed, threw on the floor, yelled, "This is a holdup," and began shooting into the ceiling. Larry kept shooting and telling everyone to get down, while Emil ran to the teller door, shot the lock off, and then grabbed the assistant manager. As soon as the two had walked in, the teller hit the panic button, although that didn't really matter because again the patrol car already saw them, and Emil made his way with the assistant manager to the vault to start loading the bags with money. Now, as mentioned earlier, a lot of these robberies only took a couple minutes. However, due to the recent string of robberies, a couple probably committed by Larry and Emil, the banks had changed procedure. So now, instead of just opening one key and all the money was there for the taking, money was composed into these small individual lockboxes. Because of that, it took way longer to load the bags with money than it had previously. On top of that, the pair had planned to hit the bank this Friday morning because there was supposed to be a money delivery a few hours earlier. However, again, because of the string of bank robberies, deliveries were purposefully sporadic. So Emil kept yelling at the assistant manager to give him the rest of the money because he thought there was more even though there wasn't none, and what there was took longer to get a hold of. This would cause the two to eat up the entirety of their 8 minutes. Larry was again out in the lobby on crowd control. However, for some reason, 3 minutes after this all began, he walked outside to the front door of the bank. To me, this indicates that he probably saw the patrol car see them as they were walking inside, because I don't know why else he would do this. He walks out the front doors and then just standing there, ski mask and AK to his side, looks down the street one direction and down the street to the other direction, and then just walks back in. It's believed that whenever he looked south, he could probably see the cop car, which was the initial cop car that called for backup. So what probably happened, in my opinion, is he saw the cop car and then thought this is probably going to be bad. So then he's on crowd control. He gets everyone to lay down. He then walks back outside to check, sees the cop car, and thinks, yeah, it's going to get bad. After he comes back inside, he goes to the security guard who is laying on the ground with everyone else before putting a gun to the back of his head and saying, whenever I tell you to, move everyone into the vault. Larry then says something to Emil, most likely informing him that there's police outside and it's about to be a fight. So Emil zips up the bag he's been filling, which contains $303,305, as well as 3 dye packs. Dye packs, for those that don't know, are these little packets of dye that are made to explode if something's stolen or taken away, so that it becomes unusable and traceable for whoever stole it. I'm sure Emil wasn't aware of this, and
Have you guys ever bought something from a retail store and it had the dye pack on it? They didn't remove it? It happened to me once when I was a kid with my mom. She had purchased something and we were walking out and we had it in the bag. Bag turned like fucking yellow. It ruined everything in the bag. We were like, what the fuck? We were just in the line to pay. And the lady was like, I'm so sorry, I forgot to take the tag off. Anyways.
Short discussion with Phillips, they changed their game. While all of this is happening inside, on the outside, police are taking up defensive positions around the front door of the bank. I also want to mention really quickly, I looked at so many different interviews and documentaries and websites in preparation for this, and this always happens with stories or cases I read about, that some information's wrong, but like entire documentaries had no idea what they were talking about. Like, the majority of them conflicted with the footage that is clearly visible and just said that the pair did things that they did not do. One of the documentaries said that the two split up at one point and Emil walked out of a door that doesn't actually exist. One of them claimed that Emil was so intoxicated on the barbiturates that he passed out at one point, which he did not. And one of them claimed that Larry tried to kill Emil. No. It was too dumb not to mention. I had to get that off my chest. Especially before this whole situation goes from bad to worse, which it's about to right now. So the first wave of officers has now made their positions in front of the bank, and Emil is currently trying to bust open the ATMs in order to get some more money. So Larry steps out of the bank, now seeing more police cars lined up in front of him, and just starts shooting. Again, his AK had been illegally converted, so it was just full auto fire in the middle of a busy street in LA at 9 in the morning. See, for those that don't know, police were not allowed to carry rifles in their cruiser during this time. Because of that, nearly every officer at the scene only had a Beretta M92 or a Smith & Wesson revolver, meaning the largest caliber that the police had on hand was this, a 9mm bullet. For a comparison, one of the guns that Larry used was an HK-91
I have a real concern.
308, which, if this is a 9mm, this is what they were carrying. Now, normally up close, it doesn't matter, a bullet's a bullet. However, this gunfight took place from several hundred feet away, and Larry and Emil were decked out in body armor. Meaning, even if a police officer managed to hit an insane shot from 200 feet away with a handgun, the armor would catch the round. And meanwhile, Larry and Emil were able to pierce through the doors of police cars. So for the first 4 minutes, Larry's just standing outside, shooting a lot, and then reloading, and then shooting again without really worrying about cover. And the police on the receiving end were essentially pinned down and taking on casualties. Several officers and civilians were receiving gunshots to the legs and arms. The police began retrieving shotguns from their vehicles, but again, at the distance, they didn't do much, and what they did do, the armor stopped. One officer who was wounded stumbled into a dentist office that was located in the West Strip Mall, and as he stumbled into the door bleeding, the dentist began to patch him up as his partner stood inside and watched the door with a shotgun. After 4 minutes of this, Larry steps back into the doorway of the bank and Emil comes out to join him. The police during this time are trying to take pot shots at the two, but anytime one of them gets a shot off, they're met with a hail of gunfire. This continues for about 3 minutes before the duo decide to make their way back to the car. I also want to shut down a rumor that's often associated with this case. A lot of the media outlets that report on it, and again, even make documentaries about it to this day for some reason, say that these two were unbelievably intoxicated and barely able to comprehend what they were doing. There are several cases coming up that disprove this, and the first one's here. The two began a bounding maneuver in which Emil laid down covering fire for Larry as he ran to a position in the parking lot, and then whenever Larry got there, he stopped and laid down covering fire for Emil as Emil ran to the parking lot. Also during this time, several who were on the scene, including the officers who were interviewed, said that the two were lousy shots, and that's why most of the shots missed their target. However, during covering fire, the purpose is not to wait for someone to pop up and then fire, it's to lay down enough shots so that they never have a chance to fire. The two were very skilled and very well thought out when it came to their strategy, which is what makes the following several minutes all the more interesting. As Emil began to follow Larry to the parking lot, about 6 feet after leaving the door, the dye packets exploded. Now, what Emil did not know, or at least didn't realize in the heat of the moment, is that most of the money was fine as it was still wrapped in plastic. However, Larry, thinking that it was all ruined, dropped the money bag. Also during this time, all the officers on the scene had their own events going on. For example, one officer that was shot in the leg pulled off his gun belt and used it as a makeshift tourniquet to stop the bleed. And upon rounding the corner to the parking lot, Emil finally took his first effective hit when he was shot just above the eye. This was also around the same time that media helicopters began to arrive on the scene and film from the air. During the video, you can see Emil grabbing his head and then touching the hood of the white car next to him and the clearly visible blood print. It seems that getting shot in the face highly discouraged Emil from continuing the fight. At this point, it's believed the two had taken several rounds with the body armor, but the face is a big deal. After this, Emil goes and sets down in the car. It's unknown if he did this in order to leave or if he was just trying to gather himself. But either way, Larry was certainly not leaving as he made his way to the trunk and began resupplying on ammo. Now, what happened during the next 20 minutes is a mystery. There seems to be a conversation happening between the two on the ground, but we can't be sure what it is. Regardless of what Emil's intentions are in this moment, it seems that Larry is ready to fight. He keeps sweeping the areas where he saw gunfire coming from earlier, as well as checking the streets to which police could be coming down, as well as coming around the building and checking the drive-through lane. All the while, when he goes to these corners, he continues firing shots. Now, it's not known if Larry was doing this for strategic purposes. Perhaps he thought the only way he could get away is if he took out some of the resistance as he did it, or if he just decided that this was going to be his Alamo and he was going to take some guys out while he's on his way. Now, at this exact point in the gunfight, whenever the two of them are by the vehicle, it's very possible that the two could have driven away. The police who were there were pinned down and couldn't do anything to stop them. One officer even remarked over the radio that if they try to leave, don't shoot. Now, could they have gotten away long term? Probably not. There were 6 helicopters watching them at this time, but that's like a long-term problem. He was probably worried about the short term. Or at least he should have been. Maybe Larry just didn't know his situation and was convinced the police would show up around the corner at any minute. He was partially right as one cop made his way along the cement wall that separated the bank from the neighborhood to the east, and upon seeing him, Larry let out several rounds towards the wall he was hiding behind. During this time, Larry was hit at least 3 times, with one of them believed to have hit him in the side where his armor wasn't protecting him. Either from the drugs or the adrenaline, though, it didn't seem to bother him. At this same time, everywhere around the pair was being locked down. The streets were being shut down several blocks away, and all the schools in the area went into lockdown. Again, during this time, the police guns didn't really do anything. So a few police drove down to a local place called B&B Guns and barged in asking the owner for more firepower. The owner gave them 5 Colt Sporters, 2 Remington shotguns, and several magazines. At the same time, even though the surrounding roads were shut down, paramedic crews began to make their way in and try to help the injured. At this point, it seems that Larry had ran out of ammo for the belt rig that he was using. So he walks to the back of the car, again Emil still sitting inside, and Larry ditches his gear and pulls out the HK-91 that had yet been used. He then grabs several magazines for it and continues to fire. However, at one point, he reaches into the car, possibly to tell something to Emil or grab something from Emil, when an officer stands up and shoots him in the arm. Larry continues to fire rounds, but for the rest of the gunfight, he can be seen using his left arm to support the rifle rather than hold it. at least not hold it with any efficiency. It was possible at this point, now that his support arm was down, that he realized it was about to get bad. In either frustration or trying to get them out of the airspace so they could escape, Larry started shooting at a CBS helicopter. While this was going on and he was just firing wildly into the air, never hitting anything, several of the paramedic teams were able to evac people on the ground. Also during this time, news reporters began to get close and get footage from the ground of the pair trying to escape. In another move that, again, people who cover this say was a drug-induced paranoia, but if you watch the video is actually a pre-plan, Larry begins getting out AK magazines and setting them on the roof of the car. People point to this and say that he was out of his mind and trying to reload a gun with the wrong mags, but what it seems he was actually doing was counting the rounds he had on hand for his 91 and realized that he would soon need to switch back to an AK. It also seems because of this that he had communicated to Emil that they need to go now. However, the problem with this was so many shots had been fired at the two at this point that not only were the majority of the windows in the parking lot shot out, but the Chevy had 2 flat tires. While Larry is reloading the HK, Emil slides over to the passenger side of the bench seat and begins giving covering fire. It's during this time while walking around the side of the car that it seems Larry was hit 3 times. He then began to fire back, seemingly unfazed. However, many believe that this was the killing blow. And not for the round that Larry took, he was only shot in his hand and seemed to be okay, I mean his left arm was down anyway, but because of the round that hit his gun. Again, Larry was using an HK91, and for YouTube this is airsoft or something. The furniture's different, but the operation of this one's the same. The HK91 has a short mag well that you load your magazines into so that they can feed rounds into the gun. In a rather bizarre malfunction, his gun was shot right there at the front of the mag well. This created a sort of divot in the gun itself so that the magazine became trapped inside of it. So he couldn't get the old magazine out when he needed to reload, and he certainly couldn't put a new one in. Again, some consider this to be the kill shot because it causes Larry to do what he does next. Larry then ditches his gun in the back of the car and pulls out a now third and previously unused AK. I think he was already mentally planning to switch over to this one, hence him laying out the AK mags. But this was a problem as his AK kept jamming. Now, my theory behind this setup, and this just makes the most sense watching the whole thing to me. These guys had illegally converted all their guns, except again for the HK and the Beretta that were still semi-automatic. To convert these guns, which I am not going to explain on the internet because I like not being in jail, but it requires some level of cutting and sawing on the internals of the gun itself. Because these guys were familiar with the firearms, I think Larry knew that that AK was defective. Because think about it, he had used an AK initially in the robbery, and then he took all the time to take off all that gear and then put on all of the HK91 gear, only to then take all of that off and then put on the AK again. It seems like he really didn't want to use that AK for some reason. Now the solution to this would be, why didn't he just use the original AK that didn't have any problems, but all of the AKs were loaded with these big drum mags, so maybe mentally it just seemed easier to grab the AK and start shooting. I don't know, just a thought. Either way, it seems his gun kept jamming. He would fire a burst of rounds, then have to clear it and continue. It also didn't help that, at least inferring by the footage, he was shot in the left forearm again and was now leaning on the side of the car. With all of this happening at once, Emil really wanted to leave that north parking lot. Eventually, he leans over to the passenger side and pushes open the door for Larry to get in, but Larry, determined to do whatever he's about to do, slams the door shut and remains outside. So now, Emil is driving the car with 2 flat tires as Larry uses it for rolling cover and continues firing. While still firing and possibly communicating something to Emil, they get to the exit of the north lot and Larry makes a bound for cover to his east. There was a large tractor trailer parked there, which actually was only parked there because a neighbor had complained about its previous position the night before. While still being shot at, Larry runs to one side of the tractor trailer for cover, while Emil drives around it to the other side. It seems that the two lost sight of each other here. Emil starts to slowly gas the car as if he's waiting for Larry to come out on the other end, and Larry starts looking back and forth on either side of the truck to see where Emil is. It was during these few seconds that an officer had looped around to Emil's side of the tractor trailer and began shooting at him in the vehicle. Emil panicked and gassed the car, and in the video you can see the car hit the curb and then correct itself. But it now meant that Larry was completely alone and without cover. While standing and supposedly looking for Emil, Larry got shot twice in the back, one of the rounds hitting his subclavian artery. It's very possible here, with that shot being the first shot that would have given a lot of blood and pain, that Larry started to panic. Because while returning fire from behind the trailer, his gun jammed again, and this time he made it way worse. See, Larry's gun had experienced something commonly called a stovepipe. In other words, one of the casings that was supposed to come out of the gun instead stayed inside the gun. On the inside of the AK, there's this little rail that runs along the left side of the firearm. One of the casings had become stuck underneath this rail. Now, normally, if he was thinking straight, which it seems earlier he was, as he had cleared like 3 of these jams, all you would have to do is remove the magazine, the casing would drop out, you put the magazine back in, and you're good to go. But Larry, seemingly in a panic, grabbed the bolt and started racking it down, which, as you can see, runs in that area where the casing was stuck and makes it dig further down in the gun. And he just started racking that thing over and over and essentially broke the gun. In order to fix what he did, it would take an entire field disassembly, which he did not have the time for. This is why many say the shot to the HK earlier sealed his fate, because it caused him to get a faulty gun, which he then made much worse in frustration. That and the shot to his subclavian artery, which would have gave him realistically about 30 minutes before he bled out. Seeing nowhere else to go, Larry crawled underneath the tractor trailer. Shortly after Larry had crawled under the truck, a cop car came up that was chasing Emil's vehicle. However, the driver looked towards the tractor trailer and saw Larry hiding underneath it. So they quickly got out of the car, shot towards Larry, and probably hit him another 2 times. I think it was during this time Larry really put together that this wasn't going to end well. He went from his very tactful and straightforward idea to a much more sloppy, casual walk. He drew his handgun from his shoulder holster and began firing it one-handed at the police. In his left hand, for some reason, he was holding an HK magazine as if he was going to make it back up the road to the car and get the gun back out. It's possible at this moment that the lack of adrenaline and blood loss was getting to him. He continued to exchange shots with the police until one of the police rounds hit him in the hand, causing him to drop his gun. It was at this moment, having been shot, as we're going to see, a lot, bleeding everywhere, and now being shot in both of his hands and his gun laying on the ground, that Larry decided it was over, and also that he wasn't going to jail. So Larry leaned over, picked up the gun with his injured hand, and took his own life. The police, not able to see anything from their angle, had no clue if the guy was crouching down to reload or laying down to take a shot, so they just kept shooting him as he laid on the ground. This is a darker video, I'm just now realizing, but hey, monetization, who needs it? I also have to mention this side story because it's hilarious. The house that was immediately next to, or on the corner of, where the shooting took place, had a man and his housekeeper there at the time, and the housekeeper kept trying to leave, and the man was saying, no, you can't, there's like a gunfight going outside. And the housekeeper, who was from South America, said that he was being a wuss because this happened all the time where she's from, and he needs to quit being a baby about it. So then while the two of them are having this argument, literally like,
why are you hiding in the closet? We moved from village to village where I'm from. Come on.
like 10 feet away outside, the shootout just ended with Larry. So the police come to the door for some reason and ask if they can use one of the man's bed sheets to cover up the body of Larry. And the man was like, no. Which, understandably, imagine if a guy comes into your neighborhood and decides to turn it into Desert Storm, and the police are like, we really need to, be respectful of him. Like, no, I'm not ruining my wife's linen sheets just so he doesn't have to get some sun. I'm sure he's not complaining. So now the only person who's left is Emil. Also at the same time, SWAT had finally arrived to the scene. SWAT didn't mobilize towards the bank until the second report of an officer down. Again, as we established earlier, if SWAT arrived at every bank robbery in LA, they would have to be deployed several times a day. So now that the main gunfight was over, the SWAT officers were in cop cars just driving through the neighborhoods around the bank itself because everyone was on the hunt for Emil's car. So it was essentially a giant game of Pac-Man. Emil, who has been slowly rolling his car in intervals, then gets out of his car and looks back towards Larry. Now, at this point that he did this, Larry had been killed, although the police hadn't come up to his body yet. However, it's very possible from his position that Emil was able to see Larry lying on the ground. Emil does a quick move towards his chest in what seemingly a fist over his heart, possibly saluting his fallen friend. Larry then drives towards a vehicle and very calmly tries to steal it, but the driver of the vehicle just keeps backing away. And then maybe the funniest thing of this entire event, actually the funniest thing of the entire event, Emil tries to wave him to come back, which is so funny. Imagine you're driving and then a guy gets out of the car and he's got a rifle and a ski mask and body armor, and as you're backing away, he's like, "No, I promise." It's from here that Emil does something I can only describe as car shopping. He pulls in front of one car, and then stops, backs up, and keeps driving. And then he pulls in front of another car, and then stops, and then hits another car, and then pulls away. Eventually, he sees a Jeep and decides to steal it. Hey, so I'm editing this right now, and just wanted everyone to know, I have no idea why I called that truck a Jeep. It's very plainly a truck and not a Jeep at all. And I'm going to continue for the rest of the video you're watching to refer to it as a Jeep for some reason. The driver of the Jeep begins to back away, but then Emil shoots through the window, breaking the glass and cutting the driver across the face. Reports are conflicting here, but the driver either pulled the key out of the ignition or hit a kill switch on the vehicle before ditching the car. Emil was not aware of this, so he pulls up next to the Jeep, begins throwing stuff into the back of it. However, whenever he gets into the driver's seat and tries to move the car, again it won't move. He supposedly bends down and tries to figure out what's keeping the car from moving, and as he's doing this, a SWAT car sees him and is able to pull up right in front of him. Emil sees this at the last moment, gets out, and then runs back around to take cover behind his own vehicle. It's from here that gunfire continues for about 2.5 minutes straight. Emil grabbed a new gun out of the truck, the previously unseen dissipator with the 100-round beta bag, and just laid over the hood of his car and kept shooting. The SWAT team who was behind their own vehicle was returning fire and getting several hits, however they kept hitting the body armor. One of the SWAT members, Officer Anderson, moved around the car in order to clear a jam, and whenever he did, realized that he could get an angle on Emil's legs. So he leaned underneath the Jeep and began firing, several of the shots hitting Emil in the uncovered legs. Emil realizes where these shots came from and begins returning fire the same way, before Officer Gomez lays down and takes a few accurate shots into Emil's arm that's now ducked under the car, and this causes Emil to drop his weapon and finally give up. Emil throws his hands in the air in order to surrender. However, the police, who are laid under the car, continue firing and strike him in the buttocks and leg. The officers then move around to the front of the car and cuff him as he laid on his stomach. Unknowing if the guy had a bomb or other weapons on him, one of the officers aimed the gun at the back of his head to make sure he didn't try anything, and the front of the gun was so hot that it seared the impression of the flash hider into the back of his head. After this, police and news crews managed to come up and begin to get action shots of the scene, which led to this very iconic image of the arrest. The police kept asking for Emil's name, to which he gave the false alias of Pete. Another thing that had happened that I hadn't mentioned because we've been in like the, cool gunfight part of it, is that there were several false calls happening at the same time. By the end of the day, there were 17 calls from the neighborhood who saw 17 different people who they all thought was the shooter. If they saw anyone doing anything, they called 911 and said that it was another robber, to the degree that someone called the police because they said they saw someone working underneath their car. Yes, I'm sure that the robbers, as they were making a hasty getaway, decided to repair this random guy's Dodge. Because of this, the police did not know if there was another suspect that they need to be on the lookout for. They tried to ask Emil if there was another suspect, but he just kept yelling for the police to shoot him, so that wasn't really a help. So the area was still on lockdown. The police kept trying to get information from him, but he just kept saying things like, F you, kill me, I hope you die, and other pleasantries. Emil had been shot a lot, but every one of his shots was in the legs. Now, while thigh shots can definitely be fatal, it doesn't seem that he had something like a clipped femoral. However, what he did have was a bunch of barbiturates in his system. Barbiturates can also act as a blood thinner, so it's quite possible that the drug he was on caused him to bleed out a lot quicker. In a move that is very highly contested to this day, Emil laid on the ground bleeding for 56 minutes. Now, this argument has two sides. On the one hand, there were several calls coming in that another gunman was still at large, and considering how violent the shootout had been, I highly doubt these guys were going to assume that if there was a third one, he'd be in a talking mood. And also, Emil wasn't being very forthcoming, so it's understandable that they'd still be on alert. And the other side of the argument is that this guy had just shot up a bunch of police, so maybe the police that were there just weren't in a hospitable mood. So, after 56 minutes of laying on the ground, Emil died due to gunshot wounds to his legs. The area was still on lockdown and the search would still continue. However, what the police didn't know at the time was Emil's death was the end of the action that occurred that morning. The gunfight lasted 44 minutes, with some accounts saying up to 2,000 rounds were fired, with 1,100 of those rounds coming from the two shooters. This gives an estimate of about one shot every 2 seconds for the duration of the gunfight. Around 300 cops ended up responding to the scene either during the fight or afterwards, and one of the largest gunfights in LA history was nearly entirely filmed. So how many people died in this massive shootout? None. Well, excluding the two shooters, but they don't count. Now, it is true that during the whole scenario, 12 police and 8 civilians were injured, but as mentioned, no one was killed. Hi, it's me again, the editing me, not the video me. I hyped up how many shots Larry and Emil received and then forgot to say it in the video. So now I'm here to tell you that at least 11 shots made contact with Larry's skin, and probably way more hit his armor. And Emil had 29 bullet wounds in his legs. Again, more shots definitely hitting his armor. These numbers are going off of the coroner's report, which is why we don't have exact numbers for how tore up the armor was. Now, that 29 figure is a little bit misleading. That's not bullet holes or bullets in him, that's bullet wounds. So if a round struck the pavement and shot 5 pieces of fragment into his leg, that would count as 5 wounds. So while not 29 individual bullets, I'm still sure he was having a terrible time. Now, the events of that day carried all the way to 11:30 that night when the lockdown was finally lifted. Some parents weren't able to get their kids out of school until 8 p.m. because everyone was on high alert that someone else may be out there. And again, as mentioned earlier, this was due in part to the entire neighborhood calling 911 every time they saw a bird out of place. In a case that I still don't really know where it came from, the police, for some reason, thought that this supposed third gunman was hiding in the storage shed of this old guy's house. So the police come to his door and are like, "Sir, we have to investigate this third shooter. Can you and your bedridden wife leave for a while?" So the old man's like, "Okay, officer, I guess." So he puts his little wife in a wheelchair and puts a blanket over her because it was February and it was cold. So as soon as they leave, the police pull up an armored truck and immediately break a hole in his wall and just tear up his entire backyard and start trying to destroy the shed. Like, what kind of operating procedure is that? You think there's a guy in a shed, so you spend like 2 hours destroying everything on your way to the shed. And eventually they tear it open and lo and behold, it's just a shed. And then that old couple's son found them wandering around the neighborhood at 7 p.m. that night. Like, what a just mean thing to do. Also, to continue the police's weirdness, whenever they thought there was a third gunman, they decided to have a low-flying helicopter fly over the neighborhood and loudly announce from the megaphone to give up because your accomplices have been captured. Imagine if you were just at home and didn't know what was going on. And then you walk outside to a helicopter 20 feet over your head telling you to surrender. Now, there's a couple mysteries to this case that I think would make a good bow to the whole thing. One of them is the story I just mentioned, the story of Emil bleeding out for 56 minutes. One of the reasons that he was allowed to bleed for 56 minutes is because there was a lockdown on the area, so anyone who wasn't police was not allowed in or out. While several medics who were closer to the bank decided to break that rule in order to help people, at one point they even commandeered an armored vehicle and began driving around the front of the bank picking up people who needed aid, which is pretty cool. But two medics decided to break rank and go to the area where Emil was shot. Initially, the medics were treating the guy who had glass in his face because he was the one driving the Jeep whenever Emil shot at him. A quick funny story about that guy. After he got out of the Jeep, he ran to the first house that was near him and began banging on the door and asking the person inside to let him in. However, the person who was inside was a 60-year-old lady who turned to her front door and saw a man with blood all over his face banging on it and called the police that there was a madman outside. Whenever the two medics arrived, they saw Emil laying down next to the car and he wasn't moving, so the medics just thought that guy was dead. However, as they were treating the driver, who they said had minor wounds because it was just glass tearing at his face, they saw Emil move, so the two medics immediately began to run towards him. As the medics were running towards them, a lieutenant stopped them and said, "What are you guys doing here? Don't you know there's another gunman nearby?" So the two of them got out of there thinking that they were in immediate danger. However, they remarked afterwards that this was weird because at this point all the cops had their gun holstered and were just casually standing around. That lieutenant would later say that a police sergeant ran up to them, said that there's more gunmen around the neighborhood, be careful, and then ran away. This magical running officer was never identified and an order like this was never given. And also, if it was, they would tell them over the working radio, not have a cop run by himself down a street that's supposedly infested with robbers. Also, it seems that those two medics had their report fabricated, because whenever they pulled those medics' reports later, it was written down that the medics said they had decided to treat the guy who had the glass hit his face and all that because he was in critical condition. However, as the medic said that day, the dude was pretty fine. He just had some cuts across his face. And the police used that to justify why Emil was not given aid. The children of Emil would later sue the police department for wrongful death. Also, it was very clear that the family knew everything he was up to. It wasn't like this was a surprise for them. So people saw it as being pretty cheap. The trial ended in a mistrial and was never really picked up. Again, it was a pretty unpopular decision to have the trial in the first place. But it's still a mystery to this day how much was fabricated and for what reason. The other mystery is about Emil's electrician business. Yeah, we're going all the way back to the beginning. So Emil started this electrician business in the late 80s. Whenever he started this business, he had a projected profit of about $150,000 to $250,000. In the early 90s, he reported his income as being closer to $2 million. Now, normally, this would be perfectly normal. It's not uncommon for a business with several employees in Hollywood to be making about $2 million a year. However, when the police were investigating all of their assets after they were dead, they went to this business location and it was an abandoned building. The electrician company was being used as a front with a reported income of, again, $2 million. So it seems that they were using Emil's business in order to launder their money. Now, the reason this ties back into the mystery is because the North Hollywood shootout took place in 1997, and the earliest supposed robbery that the two had committed was in 1993. So then, why in 1992 was an abandoned business making $2 million? This could mean that the two were committing several other crimes previously to the one suspected, and potentially other bank robberies. So these two may be responsible for far more crimes than what is currently believed. Also, these two each had their wives in on it, helping them launder the money, and they were renting several properties under false aliases across LA and it seems living rather lavish lifestyles with having cars separated in different parts of the city. So it was like Breaking Bad, but with banks instead of meth. He just like me, for real. The police investigated all of these properties and eventually found one that had a makeshift bomb-making site in it, as well as several other rifles and ammunition. It's not known where these two got their weapons. Again, they were felons, so they couldn't have purchased them, but it does seem they did the illegal conversions in-house. Also, there was a push in government at the time to allow officers to more strongly arm themselves, because there were concerns that police could be confronted with a force that was more heavily armed than them, which is exactly what happened. So while it wasn't the only cause of it, the North Hollywood shootout was definitely the catalyst that made it to where police officers began arming themselves with semi-automatic rifles, with several people even pushing the idea of the modern militarized police force back to this event as its beginning. There's a lot of other weird side stuff that's happened during this investigation as well. For example, it seems the ATF doesn't have any or got rid of all their documents related to the case. A lot of things like the vehicles and records that the two had has completely gone missing. Autopsy photos show that somewhere between the news camera's coverage of the scene and the autopsy being performed, that Larry had received another gunshot wound to the forehead. So what was that about? A wound that, mind you, was not mentioned in later reports, only in photographs. And several of the properties that contained vital information were seemingly found on a whim. The final thing I'm going to mention is the weirdest mystery of the entire story, and I have no idea what to make of it. So remember how I said they investigated Emil's office and it was just an abandoned building? Well, that wasn't entirely true. The top floor of the building had been converted into a sort of housing thing. So whenever the police search the second floor, they find a 44-year-old woman named Georgia Mayo. It was completely undocumented that herself or anyone else was living there, and apparently she had been locked in this room for over a week.
Damn.
According to her, the door was locked and she was kept in there, and someone would show up to deliver her food and medicine. However, for the past several days, no one had came. Again, this was undocumented housing in the second floor of a supposed electrician business that was actually being used as a money laundering front for a guy who died in a police shootout. I'll be honest, I have absolutely no idea what to make of this. Emil's mom was named as a suspect, but I don't think that ever went anywhere. I don't know what that relates to, and it bothers me a little bit. I hope one day I can make an update to this video that's like, oh, a whole conspiracy that was taking place between them and the LAPD, but it's probably just weird one-off stuff. The whole story's kind of weird, but I also think it's kind of interesting because it's the one time that I can talk about a weird shootout that looks like something out of an action movie and no one died, besides the people who started it. And I think it's really neat. Things like bank robberies and shootouts are often overlooked in the whole true crime sphere on the internet, but to me, they're some of the most interesting, especially because, the focus isn't on child murders and instead hee hee ha ha gun go boom. And I think it's something I'm really interested in, and hopefully you did too, and hopefully if you stuck around this long it wasn't awful. And I just want to say thank you for watching. Like I said, I really think this shootout stuff's cool, and there's actually a couple other shootouts that I wouldn't mind covering. We'll see if YouTube nukes this one in the algorithm / monetization, but sometimes you got to do stuff just because you like it. It doesn't always have to be profitable. It would just be nice, since this is a full-time job, if the majority of them didn't do that, but one every now and then's fine. So that being said, let me know if you like this, assuming this video stays up. And if you do, I would be down to cover a series of other shootouts or other standoffs like that. Because like I said, that's a really cool little niche that not a lot of people talk about. And I think it's really neat to look at the details of it. It also gave me an excuse to be a nerd for a couple minutes. But that's the one time I get to use that knowledge on here. But really, thank you all for watching. I really enjoy that I'm able to talk about pretty much whatever I want. And hopefully, knock on wood, you guys manage to continue to support me. And that really does mean a lot.
All right, folks. I'm going to go ahead and end this stream and then start another stream immediately afterwards so that I can listen to music and just dump it. Don't have to worry about copy strikes. So I'll be back in just a moment. And then probably live for like another hour or so. And we can listen to like a movie or something. I'll be back.